change of venue. So I'm I'm back home temporarily, I guess. Let me go ahead and unmute the public affairs commentator. There's some more you can see. This I did not see this picture until I think maybe on the plane or something like that. Uh, but they released obviously some more pictures of the solar eclipse on was it Monday? Everything bleeds together now. Um, this obviously from outside on the solar one of the solar array wing tip cameras. And I think they said, if I recall correctly, they said they were configuring those to be to shoot to take still images on a in a time lapse fashion, or maybe they configured one or more of them and then left the others in to do something more traditional video. But there's some really cool shots like this that are still coming down, it looks like. So let me go ahead and switch back to the live stream. The we actually were just hearing them talk about doing an OPCOM. Again, I don't know if this is a flight test objective or a development flight test objective, but it did sound like they were trying to stream one or more of the solar array wing cameras, the video in 4K. So they're at least testing this out. So, we shall see. I did see. I guess I should probably just give folks a note up, sort of up front today. I got home in the last hour or so, and so I'm probably going to be running around in between, like when the public affairs commentators are talking. That I'll be trying to sit here and answer questions, but I am also going to be kind of running around. There's a lot of things going on. We heard about there's an event in New Orleans possibly in the next couple of weeks. They released something for social media creators to cover the Artemis III, the top part of the Artemis III core stage, SLS core stage. They're getting ready to, getting ready to ship it from New Orleans to the Kennedy Space Center. And of course, I also heard that the train with the two Artemis III solid rocket booster aft segments is on the premises of Kennedy Space Center or something approximating that. But it'll take a little bit of time to disconnect the cars that have those two aft segments and then unbox them essentially inside the rotation processing and search facility. And that facility has multiple buildings, and of course the building that they do all of the aft assembly build up is the rotation building. So hopefully we will start to see imagery of that over the next few days. And we heard from NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman yesterday in the briefing that they are the Mobile Launcher 1 is getting ready to roll back in the next week or so, I think he said. So I have to go off and look and see. Of course, now we don't have a NASA live stream, so I'm gonna have to sort of peek off screen from time to time at the like the NSF NASA Space Coast Live stream to see if we can catch the crawler. Although I think he said the crawler was parked outside the gate, and that's kind of that's a good staging point while they're still working on the mobile launcher. But we'll have to see what work is left at the pad. I got a chance to talk to some people about what they were planning on doing post launch. In addition to just, they were talking about, swarming the mobile launcher, assuming they could do that. And it sounds like they didn't have any they didn't lose the integrity of the pneumatic system, so they were able to get into their washdowns on time. And what they were talking about doing after that was, or maybe even in parallel with that, was just triage of damage. So it sounds like the public affairs
This
commentary
is
is
Artemis
coming up.
Mission Control in Houston, Texas, at Johnson Space Center, with a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 21 hours, and 32 minutes. We are monitoring the flight of Orion.
So what I'll be doing is
The astronauts woke up today at 10:35 a.m. Central Time, got into their post-sleep period, and then their daily planning conference. Since then, the crew has gotten into their activities for the day, including exercise, as well as conducting the OX suit, or Orion Crew Survival System suit, or the static intolerance garment test. That orthostatic intolerance garment applies lower body compression to counteract an effect that can make it difficult to stand up without some dizziness upon return to Earth. The crew members are taking turns conducting measurements on each other and then trying on those garments. The crew confirmed today that this is their last day that they will all be exercising. Currently, NASA astronaut Christina Cook has exercise on her timeline. Tomorrow will be full of preparations ahead of return to Earth. They'll be configuring the cabin and studying their re-entry preparations. Later this evening, they'll conduct the manual piloting demo. If you recall, we saw this happen a couple of days ago as well. This is the second part of that demonstration, where 2 other crew members will get a chance to manually fly Orion.
one of the things that's on the Flight Day 8 timeline, the pre-flight timeline that they released, I think it was on March 18th, is this radiation shelter demo. And I haven't heard a lot of discussion about that since I got home, and just in terms of the commentary about what's coming up. So kind of curious if that was deferred or deleted or what. Cram's asking, will the reentry take place in daylight? That's a good question. I believe this is going to be an equatorial reentry, and it's going to be from west to east. And so, well, yeah, it should be, because the splashdown, if the splashdown is off the coast of San Diego, the splashdown time is approximately, again, local to the Pacific Daylight Time Zone that we're in right now, would be about a little bit after 5 p.m. local. So since we're closer to sunset than sunrise, going farther west, those places will be the sun. I'm trying to think what Hawaii would probably be early afternoon. So I would imagine, I guess the downside of that, I suppose, is that it might be more difficult for them to see it. And of course, I don't even know if Hawaii is going to, I don't know that they've shown any ground tracks yet.
Integrity Houston for 4K.
You can see Stan Love and Tracy Caldwell Dyson at the Capcom console right now.
Integrity for 4K. We're still having trouble getting 4K data on the ground. We'd like you to check in 26.4.2902 that the IP address is set correctly on the web page. And correction, that's step 3.
That sounds familiar. That actually, that might be jargon that people understand, or a larger number of people understand. So it will be interesting.
And integrity correction in step 3, that's the destination address.
So I missed this morning the beginning of the shift and whether or not they rescheduled or just deleted the radiation shelter demo.
Okay, give me the procedure number again.
And Ike, that's 26.4.2902, Step 3, we're looking for a destination address of 10.110.1.98.
Okay, Houston, yeah, I apologize for taking so long to get in sync with you. I was actually just looking to see where this procedure would have come up, and so I'm not finding it referenced in either the 4K downlink setup procedure or the 4K downlink test. So that's some feedback for you, or direct me to where I missed it. But now give me the procedure again, and then I'll call you when I'm ready to copy the IP address.
All right, Victor, thanks for that feedback on the procedures. We are just getting in that the ground station is seeing good, clear video from integrity. Now the problem is somewhere on the ground, and we'll sort it out from here. Thank you.
Okay, I'd still like to go check that setting and not do anything with it, but can I have that procedure?
Victor, it's 26.4.2902, 26.4.2902.
Okay, copy. Thank you for that. And I am going to look. I will not change anything, but I did not see a reference to this procedure in the previous 2 activities.
Roger. You should not have to get into this particular procedure for the setup. This is troubleshooting.
Okay, copy. That makes sense. Thank you for that. And just for your awareness, it is set up for the procedure.
Perfect. Thank you.
Maurice is asking in chat, are those procedures public so we could read along? Unfortunately, no. Although, again, unfortunately is just my opinion. There were actually, I guess there were for, again, that's an old time shuttle convention, and we just have, the things have changed a lot in the last 15 years. So I don't believe those are widely available.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. You heard the IVA, or Intravehicular Activity Officer, troubleshooting with the teams here on the ground why we might not be seeing the 4K video that is being routed. Got confirmation that one of the ground sites is able to receive that video, so teams here are troubleshooting why we might not be getting it in the room. Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft, NASA astronaut Christina Cook is in her exercise period. Later today, Christina Cook and Reed Wiseman will get into their opportunity to test the orthostatic intolerance garment. And Jeremy Hansen and Victor Glover will each take turns exercising.
Okay. So I'm noticing that though this orthostatic intolerance garment test objective was actually on the flight day 9 timeline couple of, well, what is it? Well, 3 weeks ago, again, pre-flight. So I guess that will be, well, we'll probably find out tomorrow. We'll probably find out tomorrow if that is going to, if they juggled that and just shuffled that from, they switched them. But yeah, I'm going to be checking other screens, and I have to look at my to-do list while I'm also doing this. Let's see if I can. We're going back to the graphics. There they are. So yeah. Cram asking, are you hoping to get down to see the 4/5 rollout? Yes, that's the idea. We're still waiting for an official date, but I think I guess it wasn't an advisory, but the announcement that was put out, I guess it was yesterday. It's hard to again, all the days tend to start bleeding together at this point. I think it said mid to late April. So yeah, I'm hoping to go. I'm hoping to get out there. I mean, in this is again my idiosyncrasy, which is I do want to see the assembly because it looks different, and I imagine they're going to have the engine section simulator, or what is it, transportation adapter, and it is a real engine section structure. It's just it is just the structure, and it was used during the structural testing in a long time ago, 2017, I think. It shipped. Yeah, it shipped to Marshall in 2017, and then they did test, I think, 2017, 2018. But I am probably equally as interested as in what's going on inside the factory, both well, and especially now. So we know, I'm hoping we get good pictures of the stage. It probably is going to end up doing something very similar to what the first two core stages, which were fully built at the machine assembly facility, were done, which is they'll roll it out of the final assembly area and over to the vertical assembly building at Michoud, and then they will transfer it from the what would you call it, the factory transporters to the overland transporters, which are the factory transporters are Boeing's, the overland transporters are NASA's, and that requires a crane, a double crane operation where they'll pick it up, there was some video of this of core stage 2 when they did this almost 2 years ago now. So they'll pick it up, roll the MAO white or the MAO the RATs, rotational assembly and transportation tools. Those are the actually blue hardware, and then these are sort of mustard colored hardware. But I want to see what's going on with core stage 4 and 5 now
With a mission
inside.
elapsed time of 6 days, 21 hours, and 46 minutes. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're looking at a visualization known as ARROW, Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. You can access this on your own at any time by visiting nasa.gov/trackartemis. Spacecraft is now 92,744 miles away from the moon. When the crew woke up this morning at 10:35 a.m. Central, we were 83,549 miles away from the moon, so almost 10,000 miles farther than we were just a few hours ago.
Let's see. So, Arthur, thanks for the thanks, Arthur. Really appreciate. It was harder to check some of the things, so I really appreciate all the folks that gave me donations and on my Buy Me a Coffee page. That was, it's all helpful, and again, the extra interest will help in terms of covering some of the costs of doing this. But again, I hope what I'm hoping for is that there will be, if I have enough travel budget, that I can go to some of these sort of nastier short notice events. Again, just coincidences put me in probably sort of out of position for covering a lot of this, because a lot of it is, there's a lot of it going on in Texas. I was just in Houston, but of course Starbase down at the border with Mexico, Michoud's in Louisiana, of course, Kennedy Space Center in Florida, Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville. I used to live in Atlanta. That was a better place, but I'm not sure now. That would require a lot of driving, which made a lot more sense when I was in my 30s and 40s. It's getting harder to do a lot of that kind of stuff. But pardon me, there was, just as an example, and I don't want to go off too much on a tangent here, but there was, I think the last media event in New Orleans was about a year ago, for when the Super Bowl was in New Orleans last February. And that just happened. It was just announced on maybe less than a week's notice. And so unless I had, which I guess would have been possible to just wonder and ask somebody preemptively, are you guys thinking about doing anything? But it's just, it's more expensive to, purchase tickets on short notice. And so for this mission and for Artemis II, it's worth the expense, because this is, as we've seen, it's been a really spectacular flight. It's been a really interesting experience, and hopefully there will be more. Now, it just so happens that I can get to San Diego a little bit more easily from here. So I'm hoping that I asked, I don't know that anybody's guaranteeing or promising, but we're hoping that the the USS John P. Murtha is the ship, the amphibious ship that's deployed to recover the crew and the spacecraft on Friday. And so when it returns to San Diego, hopefully we will get to see. They did that for Artemis 1, and they've done that for some of the underway recovery testing that they've done since then. And I got a chance almost exactly a year ago to see another one of these LPDs, and there's a rotation, so they ended up switching through which ship got assigned to do this, just based on when the launch periods were. But hopefully we get to see that hardware, and then probably not too long after that, I'm gonna have to. It will be a shorter trip to New Orleans.
Terry Houston for the crew. We're going to private up OE2, and flight's going to give you a call here shortly.
Copy, we're switching.
I wonder if they're talking about a flight director conference. Well, in the meantime, let's see. So Cram was asking again about core stage 3. We don't have time frames for the final join. So once that assembly ships to Florida, they will stand it up vertically and they'll unbolt the engine section adapter and then lift it into the it's called the Boeing calls it the core stage vertical integration center. That's in high bay 2 of the vehicle assembly building at KSC. And they'll do that final join between the aft flange of the liquid hydrogen tank and the engine section. But they have not said if they're going to go immediately into that. I think it seems like a long time ago, but it probably was only about a week and a half ago. But if I recall correctly, I asked the deputy program manager for the SLS program, Chris Cianciola, if that was going to happen right away, and I got the sense there's still a little bit of not slack, but just play in the schedule. So we were probably just going to have to wait to get pictures and see when that actually happens. But what I did hear was that the RS-25 engines are going to ship from Stennis to KSC more in the mid-May, June timeframe. So that suggests that's suggestive that the final join should be in somewhere in this sort of mid-spring timeframe. So, and then in terms of completing it, I think that's a little harder to evaluate, because on the one hand, this is the first time they will be doing final assembly in the vertical in this tool, and the tool was designed for this, but it's still the first time they're doing it. Then on the other hand, because the tool was purposely designed for this, it gives them full 360-degree access around the stage. So in theory, they should be able to do that faster.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. You did hear the team call up to the crew that they would have a privatized loop. This means they're allowed to have a private conversation with anyone here on the ground, specifically the flight director. It allows them to be transparent when asking or answering any questions, considering all of their other communications go out live.
So Eric's asking, Eric's talking about doing road trips. I liked road trips, but I tended to have to do them in a hurry. So when I was at the end of the shuttle program, I was kind of the person that would come out to, and of course I was living back in Atlanta at the time, but I was the person, because I sort of volunteered, if the shuttle would have landed out here at Edwards Air Force Base, and it was still called Dryden Flight Research. The NASA part of it was called Dryden Flight Research Center at the time. That would have been, I would have been the one to go on base and cover that as much as I could. And I got a chance to talk to the turnaround team there a couple times. But by the time I actually started trying to cover it, the final shuttle landing at Edwards had already occurred. I was lucky enough to actually see that from outside the base, but I was not in a position. The closest I got was I was out at Dryden, now called Armstrong Flight Research Center, and they waved off. I think they got to a second day, so they called Edwards up as backup. They waved off the first rev for Kennedy, and then they landed at Kennedy on the second rev. So, but that's as close as I got to that. But the problem is I was covering the mission in Houston and just drove out there. So I had to get from Houston and this the second last shuttle flight had a very important test objective where they were testing the then Orion constellation version. It was docking hardware, rendezvous and docking hardware and software. So they did an approach. They undocked from the space station and then separated and then basically reperformed a far field rendezvous with and using those sensors. I think it was called STORM. That's an acronym, of course. STORRM. And so the current NASA program manager for Orion at the time was one of the primary. Howard Hugh was one of the primary people involved in that. But I had to go from Houston on flight day 12 for those missions to Edwards in something less than 48 hours.
Downlink setup. We're curious if we can deconfigure so that we can take some photos with the 35 millimeter lens.
Checking.
But I wouldn't mind doing, I wouldn't mind the RV, especially as I get older. I wouldn't mind doing the RV thing and going at a more leisurely pace, but not currently set up to do that at the moment.
And Victor, you can take charge of that camera.
So Jennifer's asking, "Are you going to watch the landing?" Yeah, I can't do that. I'm not. I don't know if there are poll reporters out there for that. There may be. I thought I heard that. I'm not sure, but there will obviously be NASA public affairs people out there, and at the very least. And so, but what San Diego would mean is at some point post splashdown, the crew will probably go home to Houston as soon as they can. So that I would imagine I don't think they're going to stop in San Diego necessarily, or if they do, it'll be a private thing. If they were to do something, I have not heard about it yet. But what we're talking about is the possibility of maybe if they splash down on Friday and it's close enough to San Diego early next week, or again, maybe it could be sooner than that. It just depends on what level of urgency there is to get back to port and to get Orion on its way back to Kennedy Space Center. But so I'm not. I'll be a little surprised if they do something on. So the splashdown is Friday evening. I'll be more surprised by Saturday. Still a little surprised by Sunday, and then probably after that, probably expecting to hear something relatively quickly after that. So. They're doing testing of the optical communication system, and so we're seeing the picture kind of come and go. But it does look, again, I don't know if this is a function of but it certainly looks a lot sharper today. At least this view, anyway.
This is Artemis Mission Control at a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 22 hours, and 1 minute into the flight of Artemis II. As you can see, we've got some exercise happening on the spacecraft, judging by that movement. This is still slated to be Christina Cook's exercise portion of the day. And to avoid any damage to the solar arrays, because of this movement, they park them in a safe harbor or a safe configuration ahead of exercise. heard some communications about the OPCOM demo, those laser communications that we are testing out to use infrared light instead of traditional radio waves. We weren't able to access that 4K video streaming here in Mission Control Houston, but we did get confirmation it was received elsewhere. Coming up next, Mission Specialist 2, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will get into his exercise. In contrast to the exercise we've seen so far today for Reed Wiseman and Christina Cook, Jeremy Hansen and Victor Glover will be conducting resistive exercise. The flywheel system allows for both resistive and aerobic. Reed Wiseman and Christina Cook will also conduct their orthostatic intolerance garment measurements and testing. They'll put on those garments and see how they fit. Again, this is due to something that astronauts experience after an extended time in microgravity. It's orthostatic intolerance, and that can make it tough to stand up without experiencing dizziness. So this garment applies some compression on the lower body to help counteract this effect and support a safe return.
So Jay Pierce in chat saying, I thought I recalled seeing something a while back about the tail to sun attitude possibly affecting the optical communication system. I'm not sure if I mean it does have some effect, just big picture, because the system, the antenna itself is also faces aft, so you need to have you're gonna need to have the antennas. I guess if we had been closer to a new moon than a full moon when they launched, then the Earth would have been on the other side of the sky from the sun. In this case, the Earth and the sun are kind of in the same place. So when you point the spacecraft at the sun, the tail at the sun, the optical communication system is pointed more closely to Earth. It is the OPCOM system does have a steerable antenna, but if you had the worst case possible, then it does not have the ability to point through the spacecraft structure itself. So Maurice is asking about today's news conference. Where did that go? I did pull up the coverage page, which they tend to open up. I'm getting the feeling that I'm not going to have time today. And then, same thing with the in-orbit news conference, crew news conference, that, I mean, I'll definitely watch. Same thing with the mission status briefing, but I'm not sure. I know I'm not going to dial into the crew news conference. They only have 20 minutes. They only have 20 minutes allocated to it. There's so many reporters that want to ask questions. Even if I know that I heard that they may, the organizations like, NSF, NASA Spaceflight Now, space.com, there are lots of sites that report on this. Some of the reporters that you may have seen in the in the press conferences, that they'll get a chance to ask questions. But in 20 minutes, out of those 20 minutes, oftentimes watching some of these on either for space station or even going back to shuttle, there will be a temporary loss of signal or a temporary, outage. And so there's probably only going to be out of the 20 minutes, that's probably only, there's probably only time for about half a dozen questions, maybe 10. And so if you saw yesterday, there were, they could have gone on for a long time with questions. And so I wanted to ask a question yesterday, actually wanted to ask 2 questions. And I was able to get one of them in after the briefing, but
Integrity Houston,
they limited it basically.
Confirm that Christina is complete with her exercise. We will maneuver Integrity back to a nominal tail to sun attitude.
She has just stopped right this second.
All right, we'll start our 2-minute array damping counter and then maneuver you. And of course, when we get into our nominal maneuver, you will not have to run the attitude maneuver procedure if there's a loss of comm.
Understood. Thanks, Dan.
So they were in something like tail to sun for a long time. But I think, again, as he said, they're optimally they want to I think they want to set the spacecraft up kind of in the middle of the, you start it in the middle of the pointing, centering it, and then they have the ability to let it drift a little bit.
Those communications coming to you from the Orion spacecraft. Also named Integrity. The Artemis II crew members named their Orion spacecraft Integrity and announced that last year. They say it embodies the foundation of trust, respect, candor, and humility across the crew and the many engineers, technicians, scientists, planners, and dreamers required for mission success. Integrity is rooted in a shared core value of NASA, the agency's Astronaut Office, and the Canadian Space Agency. That was Christina Cook calling down to let the ground team know she had completed exercise. They are going to maneuver the spacecraft and have to set a short timer to allow the motion to settle out before they do so. We are about 15 minutes away from today's mission status briefing here at Johnson Space Center. And if you are interested in watching that, you don't need to go anywhere. You can remain on this YouTube feed on NASA's channel. But we do have a second feed if you are looking for clean audio and not the briefing. So you can stick right here if you're interested in the briefing. You won't need to leave at all. But if you want to switch over, we'll be over there as well.
The briefings are typically interesting, and I expect this one to be. I know Rick Henfling was talking about doing kind of a preview of the entry, the entry, descent, and splashdown today. So yeah, okay. Richard's saying the volume's a little low. I can certainly bump it up.
Integrity Houston for Victor and repress acoustics.
Go.
Victor, it's in the procedure, but we really need to make sure when you start the acoustic monitor, please give us a time hack for the repress acoustic.
That's right. I forgot to call you. I already restarted. I will do it again and give you a hack. I restarted it about a minute ago.
Copy. Let us know.
Thanks, Richard, for the feedback too, because it's funny. This is a different computer than the laptop I was using on the road, and so the settings, I think that the audio levels are different.
Houston Integrity restarting the acoustic monitor for the repress recording in 3, 2, 1. Hack. Recording started.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
You are welcome.
And Integrity, you're back in bias tail to sun.
Okay, copy that, Stan. Is the vehicle ready for me to start exercise?
We need a couple minutes, Jeremy.
Okay, just call when I can go.
We will do that.
So I'll try and watch along with the news conference today. I suppose if there was something that I really wanted to, Mark Kirkman is the NSF reporter in Houston. He used to work in the shuttle program, but
Here in Artemis Mission Control, the team's changing the attitude of the spacecraft and configuring the solar arrays yet again for another exercise opportunity, this time for Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen.
Well, no, I do know Mark's there today because I know he was talking about
If you're
doing
enjoying
some stuff
hearing
there.
from the astronauts, we spoke with them recently and have an episode on Houston. We have a podcast with all 4 crew members. NASA has a suite of podcasts, and ours here at Johnson Space Center is Houston. We have a podcast with over 400 episodes with scientists, engineers, astronauts, and more, discussing everything from the International Space Station to Orion to the work that happens here on the ground. You can find those at nasa.gov/podcasts.
Integrity, Jeremy, you are go for exercise.
So Tony's noting in the chat that there is a separate news conference for the crew today.
Okay, Stan, Jeremy is hopping on now, and I have placed a couple photos in a folder on PCD3 with the GMT date and window inspection for the team.
Copy. We will start getting those down ASAP.
But that the crew news conference will be even more exclusive than the mission status briefing that's coming up. So there's just not 20 minutes is not very long. It's based on the constraints of the crew day. They just don't have that much time. There is going to be a more open-ended opportunity post-flight, but that's again going to be complicated by availability. That's probably going to be in Houston, and I don't know that that's necessarily going to be logistically possible for me. So I'm going to probably end up chasing hardware, and we'll just have to see if anything comes up.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. A mission elapsed time of 6 days, 22 hours, and 16 minutes into the flight of humans aboard Orion. The first flight of humans aboard Orion, and the first time we've sent humans beyond the moon in over 50 years. Currently aboard the spacecraft, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen getting into his exercise period, while Reed Wiseman and Christina Cook will be stepping into their orthostatic intolerance garment testing. Again, a lower body compression garment to help support a safe return. You can track where Orion's at
Integrity for exercise video.
Go ahead, Christina.
Hey, Stan, can you say again the instructions for making the LCD screen be off while you're recording video on the D5? We thought we heard you just press the live view button, but that seems to stop the recording as far as we could tell. My recording lasted for about 26 minutes, which was almost the entire duration, and then apparently stopped on its own. So we'd like to implement this for sure for Jeremy.
All right, Christina, that was Capcom's bad words there. Apologize. You will turn off the recording if you turn off live view while you're recording. The actual correct thing to do is to turn off live view in between recording sessions to give the camera a chance to cool down.
Understood. Thank you. We will do that. While I have you, I wanted to note that unfortunately I forgot to run the accelerometers during my exercise.
Copy. We appreciate the report.
Saw Dr. Kelsey Young in the wide shot a few
Those
minutes ago.
communications from NASA
on the,
astronaut Christina Cook down here to the ground. Now, we are just about 7 minutes away from our daily press conference here at NASA's Johnson Space Center. And if you're interested in watching, you don't have to go anywhere. This NASA YouTube stream will automatically switch over to the briefing at 4 p.m. Central. If you're interested in keeping up with astronaut communications, we do have a second stream on YouTube. You can check that out. Once the briefing is over, this will continue to be our primary stream for covering the mission.
Yeah, that's the live Orion views stream. So if you go to youtube.com/NASA and then click on the live tab, you should be able to find that. But I'm going to stick with the mission coverage for the mission status briefing. Don't know who the briefers are going to be today, other than I'm expecting Rick Henfling, who's the entry flight director, to be there. Now, he's also been the mission operations directorate, or is it flight operations division or directorate, MOD or FOD. I've heard them throw both of those acronyms out there. But I believe he's going to be there, and he talked about doing a little bit of a entry, descent, and splashdown preview today. So then he's going to be he's going to be on shift with the entry team tomorrow. I have to go look. Let me see if I can find that in the timeline. But yeah, I'm not sure. They'll take a shift. I don't know if they would take the Orbit 1 shift or the Orbit 2 shift tomorrow. We'll find out we'll find out at crew wake up tomorrow. Okay, good. So Dave is providing the update. So which is that flight? I assume that stands for Flight Operations Directorate, and so is it Mission Operations? So it was the merger of Mission Operations Directorate and Flight Crew Operations Directorate merger. When you get a chance, but we are standing by for the daily news conference or mission status briefing or all of the above. And so I'm not sure who's going to be there today besides typically there's a leadership representative, and then there's an FOD representative. So we'll go with that, flight operations directorate, and often there will be another subject matter expert. So earlier in the mission, there was a representative from the NASA side of the Orion program, and so Howard Hugh was there. He's the program manager for NASA for Orion, and then Debbie Korth, who's the deputy program manager, was there for 1 or 2 days. So we will see very soon, and we'll see what else they have for us. I think it was, they were a little bit more willing to take some additional questions after the briefings if you're in the room in person, and so that's one of the reasons that it had been valuable in the past to be there in person. Not so much at Kennedy. Again, it may have been because pre-launch they were a little tight, but there were, like yesterday, it was just one of those things where Rick had somewhere he needed to be immediately after the briefing, and so it's possible that that's why they had to have a hard out there. But hopefully we will get, I don't know what we're going to get in terms of those are the people that I would be interested in talking to probably first, would be some of the folks, either the flight directors or some of the flight controllers. I just don't know whether we're going to be given the opportunity to talk to them post-flight. That's a good question, Tony. The flowers he's asking in chat, are the flowers in front of the Capcom, or actually the flight? So these are the two Capcoms who are there right now. So Stan Love and Tracy Caldwell Dyson, I think they're eventually going to do a shift handover, and then these are the flight director console over here. So that's oh boy, I'm spacing on his name again. Jeff. Oh boy. But that's the lead flight director for Artemis 1, and then he's, I believe, in the Orbit 1 shift today, and they're going to do a handover to Orbit 2. So I wish I had the rosters. I'll look it up, but I don't know whether that's the typical flowers that are usually sent there by, and I'll have to go look up the name of that family that sent those there. I believe they started sending those after Challenger. So that's a long, Jeff Radigan. Thank you, Dave. You wouldn't happen to know, I can go look it up. You wouldn't happen to know. I know that the public affairs commentator talked about it, and we will, the name of the Orbit 2 flight director today. All right, so here we go with the introduction. I'll go ahead and
the Artemis II mission is a test mission of the Orion,
at least for the time being.
Capsule.
And just go with the
Artemis II will be the first time we put humans on this rocket.
It's the first time I've
We're going back to the
seen
moon because
this.
it's the next step
When
in
you're
our
in the
journey to
briefing
Mars.
room, you just hear it.
We were always going to the moon.
Pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. That's a part of being a human.
And liftoff. We shall return.
Continuing to test out every bit of Orion.
Coming back to Earth, 7 miles a second.
When humanity sets big goals, we can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth putting this vehicle together.
That's what's up.
To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery.
And here we go.
Good afternoon and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. Welcome to our Artemis II status update. I'm Rachel Kraft with NASA Communications, and I'm joined by several NASA leaders here this afternoon to talk about how the flight test has been going as the crew heads back toward Earth. They are Lakeisha Hawkins, Deputy for Artemis, Rick Henfling, Entry Flight Director for the mission, Debbie Korth, Orion Deputy Program Manager, and joining us by phone from the USS John P. Murtha, Lily Villarreal, the Artemis Landing and Recovery Director. We'll have some opening remarks as usual, and then we'll get into questions, and we'll start with Lakeisha.
Thank you. And thank you for your continued interest in our mission and in Artemis. So we're into flight day 8, and the mission continues to go well as the crew prepares to transition back to Earth, and we get ready for entry day. After an exciting day of science on Monday and a day for the crew to recover and then achieve some other flight objectives yesterday, the team is turning our attention to the return and getting the crew safely home. Now, because this is a development flight, we are thinking about what we can still learn in the remaining days to better understand the systems and to inform future missions. And we're still getting a lot of imagery down from the spacecraft and from the crew. And I wanted to share a couple of the imagery highlights today. The crew was able to send down a group photo, and it's great to see them doing so well and in such great spirits. And I'm happy to see Rise there front and center with the team. We can't wait to welcome those smiling faces home. Now, the crew also took an image yesterday of the Milky Way, which is stunning. And free from atmospheric interference, the crew could see the glowing ribbon of stars and filaments, a clear view of our home galaxy. So I also wanted to highlight a few additional things that we're learning through this test that are directly feeding forward to our next missions, including Artemis II. Now, in the area of science, in addition to the lunar science activities that we saw on Monday, our other science and payload activities continue to progress as planned. At the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama, our Payload and Mission Operations Division is operating our AVATAR, or also the immune biomarkers experiment, as well as the standard measure activities. And these activities are going to really help us understand how the deep space environment impacts the astronauts during the Artemis missions. The experiments about human health are going to give us data that we need to be able to live on the moon longer as we develop the moon base and be able to prepare for farther trips like going on to Mars. During Apollo, they didn't gather this kind of human health data, and we can't get this information during low Earth orbit missions. So in terms of performance of the hardware, as we heard from the administrator yesterday, the mobile launcher is in good condition overall. And while we need to fix a few things, having the mobile launcher in good condition really ensures that we'll be ready to start stacking the Artemis III vehicle according to the timeline that supports launching that mission next year. You heard previously that the SLS performance was about as good and flawless as we could have expected. And the SLS team already has begun digging into all of that data for detailed post-flight analysis to see if any refinements need to be made going forward. And the data that we're getting from the Orion manual piloting demonstrations, including the proximity operations demonstration we had after launch, are critical to ensuring that we can dock with human landers during Artemis III and beyond. And we heard in real time from Victor during the ProxOps demonstration how precise the handling appeared to have been, and the other demonstrations are proving us with even more data. We have lessons we're going to address before Artemis III, including some of our water valve operations, the wastewater venting that you've heard quite a bit about, as well as the service module pressure control assembly operations. And we're also learning about how long some of the activities inside the cabin should take. Our suit demonstration from several days ago provided helpful insights for future suit crew emergency operations if we should need them. We've also elected to skip the radiation shielding or parts of it the demonstration to allow more time for transition of the cabin to prepare for entry. And Rick will talk a little bit more about that. And these learnings are helping us get ready for our next mission. And when the mission goes well, it can look like flying to the moon is easy. It certainly is not. We can't forget that this is a test flight and are taking everything that we're learning forward to support the next mission. This has been a good mission so far, and we're nearing the end, having retired a significant number of risks over recent days. But the team remains focused, and we're making sure that we don't take our eye off the ball. Countless hours of people working together behind the scenes have been preparing for these moments, and people are still giving their all to ensure mission success. We continue to improve to make our ultimate goals of going to the lunar surface, building the moon base, and eventually sending the first humans to Mars a reality. So I appreciate your continued interest, and with that, I'll pass it to Rick to provide an update on operations as we get ready to bring the crew home.
Thanks, Lakeisha. So since we last got together, there's been a number of activities completed last night as well as today. Our primary activity yesterday evening was to perform our first return trajectory correction maneuver, RTC number 1. That was 1.6 feet per second. It lasted 15 seconds, and it was using the service module reaction control system thrusters. That burn was initiated at 8:03 p.m. Eastern Time last night. As far as today, we were able to get the crew in their orthostatic intolerance garments. These are special garments designed to help ensure the proper blood flow for the crew members when they return to the pull of Earth's gravity. It was important to get this and try this out today so that the crew has an understanding of what it's like to put this on entry day. We also were able to successfully stream a 4K video using the optical communication system, which continues to prove to be an extremely valuable tool in our beyond Earth orbit space flights. The crew also performed a couple of recordings for their National Geographic payload activity. They did a few PAO events, and later this evening we're going to do a couple of manual piloting demonstrations. One will be to use the docking camera to point the spacecraft towards a celestial body. And the celestial body we're going to use for that activity is Arcturus. Once that activity is complete, we're going to do another manual piloting demonstration where the crew is going to center the Earth in the field of view of one of the windows, and then they're going to fly the spacecraft to an attitude where the tail points towards the sun. This is important in order to be able to show that the flight crew can maneuver their spacecraft to get power and generate power so they can continue to power the subsystems on board the spacecraft. Finally, we're going to finish with a portion of that radiation shelter demonstration that Lakeisha talked about. Ultimately, the radiation shelter demo was largely a stowage activity for us. We had to remove a bunch of stowage from a couple of lockers and show that we could get a crew member to shelter in that locker. While we don't need any more practice moving stowage around, we're going to get plenty of that on flight days 9 and 10. It was important to show that we could provide proper ventilation to the astronaut if they were to shelter in that stowage. And so the way we're going to provide good ventilation is through the suit umbilical. So when the crew members put their launch and entry suits on for entry, one of the umbilicals they made is for airflow, and we would repurpose that umbilical and show that we could provide proper airflow to the astronauts when they're in somewhat of a confined space of the stowage locker. Once we get through today's activities, then the focus really is going to shift to entry, and I think the first graphic is important to show up here for some of those critical events. You know, the first one that we're really going to have to keep our eye on is crew module and service module separation. That's going to happen about 20 minutes before entry interface. Once we get through the separation of the service module, we're going to do one final burn. It's called our crew module raise burn. This is typically not a burn that's going to be required, but it's our final opportunity to fine-tune our flight path angle before entry interface. So we'll perform that about 16.5 minutes before entry interface. Once that burn is complete, the spacecraft is going to make a couple of roll maneuvers. This will provide additional separation between the service module, which is headed for a destructive entry in the Earth's atmosphere, from the crew module, which obviously contains our 4 astronauts. Once those rolls are complete, the crew will go visors down, and then they will be in a isolated environment in their launch and entry suit until after splashdown. We'll hit entry interface at 400,000 feet, about 1,950 miles away from our landing site, and that's when the fun really begins. The 24 seconds after entry interface, we'll hit our blackout, which is the point at which the plasma has built up around the spacecraft such that it interferes with our ability for the transmitters on Orion to transmit telemetry. This is nominal. It'll last 6 minutes. Once that 6-minute blackout is done, Orion's going to be at about 150,000 feet. So still falling pretty quickly. We're going to be within a couple tens of miles of the landing site by that point. And then our focus is going to shift to deploying the parachutes. We've got 2 drogue parachutes that'll deploy. It'll be about 22,000 feet. That'll slow us down to about 200 miles an hour. And then we'll deploy the 3 main parachutes. Those are the orange parachutes you see in the image. That'll happen about 6,000 feet altitude, which will slow the spacecraft and her 4 inhabitants down to a gentle 20-mile-an-hour splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. We'll get the spacecraft power down about 15 minutes after splashdown, and then I'm going to hand over to Lily Villarreal, our recovery director, for mission authority. Let's go to the next graphic, which has a little bit more detail on some of those events. Here's a plot of what entry is going to look like. You can see it's only 13 minutes from entry interface until splashdown, so it's going to happen pretty quick. And the flight control team here in Houston, we're going to be without comms with the flight crew for 6 of those minutes. So it's going to start quickly, and it's going to be over even faster. Next page. And then for a graphic of all the parachutes that are going to deploy, the first thing before we deploy the drogue parachutes, we have to jettison something called the forward bay cover. It provides the protection for all the parachutes, and that's what's going to get jettisoned at about 35,000 feet. There's a window for the jettison of the forward bay cover, so if it doesn't happen at 35,000, it can happen lower, as low as 24. And nominally, we actually expect it to happen closer to 24,000 feet. Next page. And then if you're looking for a little bit of insight on our approach trajectory, we're going to have entry interface a little bit southeast of Hawaii. And after we fly 1,957 miles over the surface of the Pacific Ocean, we'll be landing in our targeted landing site off the coast of California. I think that's all I have for graphics, so I will turn over to Debbie.
All right, thank you, Rick. So yeah, I'm happy to be back today, able to report that the Orion systems are all operating nominally, remain healthy, and we are just trekking our way home from the moon. So really excited to be just a few days away from that happening. Did want to talk a little bit about something you may not have seen yet. And if you pull up the full first graphic, it's a short video. Our engineering team supports the mission from a facility called the Mission Evaluation Room. It's the MIR. And so this is pictures of our team. There's 24 separate consoles, so this is different than the flight control room that you see a lot on NASA TV. These are our engineering expertise that supports Rick's flight control team. And so they've been on console since about 48 hours before launch, keeping a close eye on all of the systems, looking at all the data, modifying procedures as needed, and then just watching how the systems are performing. So providing all really deep technical insight to that operating team. So that's also located here in Building 30 in the Mission Control Center. And so that's our MIR team working hard around the clock supporting the spacecraft. Second graphic I have is a few days ago I showed you some imagery of the crew module images we got down from our first external survey that was right after the TLI burn. So we actually do another external survey on the way home. This is our inbound external inspection. So I think go to the next slide. Yeah, so this is kind of 2 different views of the spacecraft. Again, did a comprehensive review of all the imagery that we were getting down off the surface of the crew module. No concerns, no issues seen that would make us have any pause for the reentry phase. Everything is in excellent condition for that entry. So that's our pretty crew module. I think we have a couple of pictures of the service module as well. Yeah, so we obviously don't bring the service module home. As we mentioned, that gets separated about 40 minutes before splashdown. But we did get some nice imagery. And the next one I thought was interesting. It's a picture of the solar arrays, but it's actually the backside of the solar array, which we don't normally see. So anyway, poured over all this imagery, and everything looks really good for the return. Operations-wise, there's a few other things going on in the cabin. One interesting test that we're doing today is when you pressurize the cabin, the panels and things that are connected there, kind of shift around a little bit. And so we're having a demonstration of, can you actually remove some fasteners in those panels and put them back in? Do the structures still line up enough that you can do that? This is to help us prove out if we needed to do any kind of maintenance or contingency access to like our eclipse system. So we'll be looking at that today to see if that demonstration works out well. We're also doing some demonstration what's called 20 by 20 degree dead banding. This is pointing the spacecraft a little bit different throughout the day to test thermal responsiveness of the systems externally to see if we can expand our operating envelope for future missions. So I guess some other things, we've collected a lot of data on this mission. We'll be getting a lot of that data back when it comes back, but did want to mention a couple things. We've consumed 2,964 pounds of fuel in the service module. We have 4,285 to go. So clearly we had put a lot of margin into this mission to make sure we could fly it properly. 9,855 commands have been uplinked, so been busy for the flight control team and the MER team doing all of that. And then we mentioned the optical comm and how effective that has been in getting data down. 122 gigabytes of data downloaded. That was a record. That was in a single day. That was today. And a total of over 312 gigabytes of data coming down on that optical comm system. So that's been really helpful for us getting down some of this beautiful imagery. Cabin is currently at a 76 Fahrenheit degree, so the crew's quite comfortable. Everything looks really well. And I think that's probably it from me. Spacecrafts continue to operate nominally, and we are hard at work monitoring it until it gets home. So with that, I will hand it over to Lily.
Hi, good afternoon. Just checking to make sure you guys can hear me first.
We hear you, Lily.
Okay, great. Thank you for joining us today. I'm currently at sea aboard the USS John P. Murtha with the joint NASA and military team who are ready to safely recover the crew once they splash down off the coast of California. The ship departed from Naval Base San Diego on time, and we are currently maneuvering the ship to the landing zone. Over the past couple of days, we have been completing final preparations on the ship, including training with the joint NASA and military team to refresh the skills and procedures that we've been practicing during underway recovery tests. I want to quickly walk you, however, through the process of how we will safely recover the Artemis II crew and the Orion spacecraft once they return from their trip around the moon. The ship and the small boats will be positioned at a safe distance at splashdown until the team has determined that their path of travel will be clear of any of the jettison hardware that Rick talked about. At splashdown, the crew in Houston will follow their post-landing procedures while our divers maintain a distance of about 120 yards to the capsule once we're cleared to go to the capsule. After handover from the flight director to the landing recovery director, the divers will approach Orion and they will conduct assessments of the air and water surrounding the capsule just to make sure that it's safe to approach and help the crew exit Orion. After ensuring the area is safe, they're going to go ahead and open the Orion hatch and help the astronauts from their seats to a large inflatable raft that we call the front porch. Once all 4 astronauts are on the front porch, we will tow the capsule away from the front porch, and the team will pick up from Navy helicopters, which are deployed from the recovery vessel. 2 helicopters are going to rotate, picking up all 4 crew members before they return to the recovery ship within a few minutes of each other. Once the crew has exited the helicopters, they will proceed to the ship's medical bay to undergo routine post-flight medical checkups. We expect to recover the crew and deliver them to the medical bay within 2 hours of splashdown. With the crew safely out of the capsule and in tandem to the recovery, teams will work on towing Orion into the well deck of the ship using procedures that were very similar to those that we used on Artemis I. Once we have Orion safely inside and all the small boats are back on the ship, we will start making our return to Naval Base San Diego. Depending on our distance, by then the Artemis II crew will fly off the ship back to shore, we anticipate within 12 to 24 hours post-splashdown. Before I wrap up my remarks, I do want to take a moment to thank our partners from the U.S. military who are supporting our Artemis recovery efforts. Without them, we couldn't do what we're doing. We had a very successful recovery of the uncrewed Orion spacecraft during the Artemis I mission, and we feel confident that through our testing and training alongside the Navy and other collaborators, we will make Artemis II just as successful. With that, thank you, and I'll pass it back to Rachel.
Okay, it's time now for questions. We'll take questions here in the room and on the phone bridge. A reminder to those of you joining by phone, you can press *1 to get into the question queue. Please limit your question to one, and especially with Lily joining us remotely, please let us know who your question is for. Let's start here with Jackie.
Hi, Jackie Waddles, CNN. Quick question for Rick. Can you walk us through, I understand that loft trajectory was specifically planned out, but are there any contingency trajectories that you're also prepared to do in case anything is off nominal? And then I'd also love to clarify exactly what G-forces the astronauts are expecting to experience, whether in an off nominal or nominal situation. Thanks so much.
Yeah, good questions. I'll start with the more straightforward one with the G-loads. For a nominal landing off the coast of San Diego, we're expecting 3.9 Gs. But we have a number of contingency trajectories which would land us further uprange or further away from our targeted landing site. We have, and when these contingencies are selected based on the severity of the problem. So we step deeper and deeper into the severity of the problem, which requires us to land shorter and shorter or further and further away from the landing sites. If we pursue one of those contingency trajectories, you could see G-loads as high as 7 or 7.5 Gs.
Okay, we'll go with Josh here.
Hi, Josh, dinnerspace.com. What kind of data is lost by skipping the radiation sheltering test, and what's the impact of not being able to practice those procedures beyond low Earth orbit until the lunar landing mission on Artemis IV?
So I would, I see the radiation shelter as not really being a lost set of data. As we reassess the timeline for the remainder of the mission, we found that there was still an opportunity to test out that suit umbilical airflow, which is arguably, in my mind, is the most important part of that demo, because the radiation shelter was, it's an area in the spacecraft that is kind of deep down in one of the stowage lockers. And so the part of the demo that we're not going to practice is the removal of the stowage from the stowage locker, which is something that we don't necessarily need to demonstrate as part of that particular test. We know how to remove stowage. The really important thing is to make sure that we can provide a habitable environment when the crew member is down in that locker. And airflow is critical to that. If you're in zero gravity, you can develop pockets of carbon dioxide if you don't have sufficient airflow, because there's no convection to move the air around when you're breathing, and you end up having kind of a pocket of CO2 forming around your face. So the airflow is the most important part of that demo, and we did find a way to achieve that objective.
Yeah, and I should maybe add too, the stowage part of that is practiced quite a bit over in the mock up here in Building 9. So the part of that you can really do in 1G, they've practiced many times. So feel confident it'll work.
I'll just add that we will also still get data with respect to radiation, as well as the avatar data, where we are getting effects of radiation on tissue chips from the crews. So in terms of actual better understanding of the impact of radiation, we will still get data associated with that.
Okay, we'll go here to Eric Berger and then to Marcia.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica. Question for Debbie, I think. You mentioned the external survey, there were no concerns, no issues that would give us any pause. Let's say in the very unexpected event that there was some serious MMOD damage, on the edge of the heat shield that you could see or with the spacecraft. I mean, I think I know the answer to this, but what is the contingency plan that there isn't one, right?
Correct. I mean, we aren't looking at the heat shield. Obviously, that's still covered by the service module. So this is just your thermal protection system. My understanding is we would modify our flight profile to try and accommodate that, but I don't know. There's nothing we can do hardware-wise. There's no way to go repair, for example.
I would add that depending on the nature of the damage, if that were even something that we would have to consider, you can assess the various flight profiles, the ballistic landing profile, the loads managed, and you could try to pick one that was the least stressing if there were something of concern. But as Debbie said, we did the survey, and there's nothing to be concerned about for entry.
Marcia.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press. For you, Rick, what's the maximum speed coming back? Isn't it going to set a record? I think you promised us that.
Yes, we did.
Yes, and when and how will the capsule be coming back to Florida?
So as far as the speed, our prediction for Artemis II, we're going to reach a max velocity of 34,965 feet per second, and that is less than the Apollo 10 record of 36,397.
And the answer on how it comes back to Florida, we'll be trucking it back. So it'll get some conditioning done as soon as it gets back to San Diego. Some quick inspections and other things we do there, but immediately, as quickly as we can, put it on a truck and it gets driven back to Florida, back to the facility where we'll start doing the deservicing there. It's closer to two weeks. Mm-hmm.
Mark.
Mark Carroy with Aviation Week. The external imagery that you showed, was that what was taken yesterday morning?
Yeah, that was our inbound inspection. So yes, that was the most recent pictures.
Okay, go ahead.
Mark Kirkman with NSF. Just want to drill down primarily with Rick, I guess, on the crew's experience for entry. Are they going to be heads down at entry interface? Is there any pre-bank? And also, if you can elaborate on the G spikes, the way I understand it is they do that first pull out, there should be a spike, and then there's another one as you come back down on the second side of that. And then just one other add-on to that is, are there any DTOs, any manual control inputs, any PTIs or anything like that that are going to be done in this time frame?
So you're correct that the crew members are going to be heads down. That provides them a view of the horizon as they enter. If we were in a different attitude, you wouldn't have that horizon as a reference. Yeah, there are two different spikes in the G loads, but again, the max is 3.9, so you get about two similar 3.9 Gs on entry as you do the various roll reversals. Pre-bank, we do have, we will roll in to capture the atmosphere right at entry interface, but we're predicting 5 of those roll reversals on the way down.
Jonathan.
Jonathan Seri with Fox News. Follow-up to that, we're talking about the Gs that the Artemis crew will experience. How does that compare to crews coming back from LEO, say in a Crew Dragon, in terms of Gs and also duration of reentry?
That's a really good question. I would hate to speculate on the numbers, and so maybe we could follow up with you afterwards and give you accurate numbers as opposed to me speculating.
Okay, we'll take a couple questions from the phone. The first is from Lauren Grush with Bloomberg.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my question. I'm wondering if you can just walk us through the weather constraints for the landing location, if those do exist. And just to clarify, I guess I'm wondering, what are the variables that you can change with this splashdown if there is some kind of technical issue discovered ahead of the reentry, and what can't you change? Thanks so much.
Sure. So for the weather constraints for splashdown, we're primarily looking at the wind conditions. We're looking at some of the wave conditions. We're looking at precipitation and thunderstorms. And as of now, our forecast for our landing site is winds out of the southwest, 10 knots, waves less than 4 feet with a wave period of 17 seconds. We're watching that cold front that I had mentioned over the past couple days. It's slowed down. It's also weakened in nature. And so the precipitation that we were watching is forecasted to be greater than 60 miles from the intended splashdown location. So we have some really favorable conditions. Should be a real nice day during the day in San Diego. That cold front will push through after splashdown, but it's looking like we'll have some favorable conditions for a nice landing on Friday. And there was another question, I think. Was there another? Maybe not. Okay.
I think so. About
Okay.
what variables you can affect?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So as far as the variables that affect the landing down modes, we call them down modes. If you have a contingency, we're really looking at things that affect the guidance, navigation, and control, and the propulsion systems. So we want to ensure that the spacecraft can still fly safely home. So we have some ways to alter the landing, which shortens our entry profile. We land further uprange, but they are certified spacecraft guidance, navigation, and control modes that will ensure a safe landing in multiple failure condition contingencies.
Okay, next we'll stick with the phone. We have Ken Chang with the New York Times.
Hi, thank you. This is another question for Rick. What do you lose by not doing a skip reentry? Does that reduce the flexibility of where you can land?
From an operational perspective, it's that reduced range within which we can assess the weather conditions. But I don't know if Debbie has anything from a heat shield performance perspective to add.
Well, I think we did a lot of investigation after Artemis I. We did do the full skip there, so we understand how the rest of the vehicle behaves, and done an extensive ground test program to understand how this heat shield behaves, and then so we can expand that to a larger skip, a real skip entry, starting with Artemis III again. So this is just one piece of our test flight program to get the full capability. I wouldn't say we're losing anything by going with the lofted entry on this flight. We knew that going into it, and we've built in the ground test program to get us the full skip entry for the future.
We'll do one more question on the phone, then come back to the room. The next question is from Nell Greenfield-Boyce with NPR.
Thank you. I'm asking a little bit more about the reentry inspection. So it seems like the heat shield's really kind of covered up. So I'm wondering, like, what you all are really looking for in the inspection. You said everything looked fine, but I'm wondering, what wouldn't be fine. And I'm also wondering, do we have any data on the heat shield that can't be seen? I don't know what it would be. I'm assuming not, but I'm just asking what, if anything's known about what's going on in the parts that are covered. Thanks.
Yeah, so the inspection we did was primarily for the back shells, and so that's I think it's about 1,300 different back shell tiles that are covered with that Ciox tape in most cases. So we're just looking to see if we see any notable damage that might give us a concern, that might want us to change how we do our reentry profile. The tiles themselves are very robust, and they have huge levels of margin, so we can accommodate some MMOD damage without compromising the vehicle. So we're just looking to evaluate, do we see anything that would be beyond what we think we can accommodate, and we really didn't see anything at all. So that's what we're looking at. In terms of the heat shield, no, we're not getting data off of that at this time. That's been covered with the service module. And so we will not be getting any data off of that until we hit that separation phase.
Bill Harwood with CBS. A question for Lily. Is Lily still on the line?
Yes.
Can you go over the crew extraction sequence? In other words, which astronaut comes off first? Do you alternate one on one chopper, one on the other, and then rotate back through? Can you like tell us who's first off, who's last off, and how they sequence the choppers? Thanks.
Yes, I can definitely answer that. The nominal plan is to open the hatch, and the first medic will go in and assess the crew right away, and then he will be helping the first crew member in seat 3, which is actually Jeremy. And then the second medic will enter, and he will go to Reed, and then we'll have the 2 follow-on medics along with the medical officer. The Navy medical officer will go in and take care of Victor and Christina. Once they assess that everything's well, the plan is to egress Christina first, then Victor, then Jeremy, and then Reed. Of course, if there are any situations medically where there's some concern, the medical officer has the right to egress the person who is impaired first if needed. And that's pretty much the sequence that we will also pick up via helicopter.
We'll go with Will.
Thank you. Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you all for taking the time. Question to Rick, you mentioned the remaining manual piloting events that are still left. Can you talk about which crew members are going to be doing what? And then just a quick one to Lakeisha. We've heard the crew during each of the crew planning briefings talk about the lights on the Avatar experiments. Some are on, some are off. Can you explain what a light being off actually means? Thanks.
As far as the manual piloting demonstration this afternoon, all 4 crew members are scheduled for that event. And from what I recall pre-flight, Reed really wanted to ensure that this spacecraft could be flown by pilots and non-pilots. And so I would expect everyone to have an opportunity to have a chance to fly the spacecraft so that we can understand the handling capabilities of Orion, both from a pilot's perspective as well as from a non-pilot, because by demonstrating that Orion is capable of being flown by pilots and non-pilots, you open the door for a wider range of future astronaut selections and flight crew assignments, because you no longer have to be beholden to there being a test pilot in the commander and pilot seats. You can really allow anyone in the astronaut corps to help fly that spacecraft.
Yeah, to your question about Avatar, we will get you someone to get you a specific answer about the lights on, lights off, but that's an autonomously run system. It's still got good power to it, and it is still functioning. It reported back that it's still functioning as it should. Right, so we'll be looking forward to getting that off of the ship to get the data from it at the end of the mission. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Ed Lavendera with CNN. Thank you for taking the time today. Can you talk about, and this might be a question for Lillian Reed, how many aircraft, drones, kind of getting eyes on the capsule as it's coming back in for re-entry? And is that number kind of standard, or is it more because this is such the first time there's been a crew on this particular capsule re-entering?
Lily, do you want to take that one? I think you would probably be better suited to answer it.
I think it's good. Thank you. And Debbie can confirm that there's going to be at least 7 different aircraft, sci-fi aircraft at different altitudes imaging the vehicle. And Debbie, correct me if I got that wrong.
No, that's correct, and it's a lot more than we had on Artemis I. We've added quite a few more air assets to capture more imagery as the vehicle is coming down.
Correct. So besides those sci-fi planes, we will be using 2 of the Navy military helicopters, MH-60s, with our own gimbals. They're going to be at different altitudes who will be much closer to the splashdown, taking imaging of the splashdown all the way until splashdown. If for some reason we have clouds, we also have additional gimbals on the bow of the ship to be able to capture that landing right when it happens right in front of the ship for us.
Go ahead.
Hi, Andrea Leinfelder of the Houston Chronicle. I was hoping to talk a little more about this being a test flight. We've talked a lot about the toilet, but can you give us a little more information on the water valve and the service module issues that you hope to learn from?
Sure. I think early in the mission we talked about a water valve in the water on-off valve in the potable water system that had we saw had inadvertently closed. And so because that's in the service module, we will not be getting the service module back. And so we have designed a bit of a test to do. I think it's happening later today. The timeline's moving around a bit, but to kind of do some additional opening and closing of different valves in that system to learn more about those behaviors. Always taking into account we never will put us at risk of not having water available. So we're actually doing this, now that I think about it, it's later in the mission to make sure that we have all the water we need and we're done with any access to that system that's required. So that's one of the things we're doing just to learn about the valves in that system since we won't be getting the service module back.
Irene Klotz with Aviation Week for Debbie. Can you discuss a little bit the applicability of the data that's going to be collected about the heat shield wear on Artemis II for the heat shields that are being changed for Artemis, actually 4 in particular, and also for 3 since it's not going to be coming back from a lunar orbit? Just what value is that information now? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm prepared to talk to you about Artemis 3 today, but you know, the value of the data off Artemis 2, you know, we are flying a different profile, but we have what we expect to see on that heat shield based on that profile and based on our ground testing. So a lot of this data we get is to validate the models and the testing we saw on the ground to make sure we're able to recreate behavior in testing on the ground, and then we can use the recreations on the ground to actually test what we want to do in the future. So we are building what we call the permeable heat shield for Artemis 3 that is designed for lunar returns. We've been talking about Artemis 3 now being maybe a LEO or a HEO mission. Again, we get data back regardless, and so we can look at the heating on that heat shield from return, correlate it to our models, correlate it to our ground testing, and so it's not you have to have those lunar returns. We can use that data to help prove out that design as we move forward.
Okay, we'll go there and then to the gentleman in front of you.
Hi, Dr. Allison McGraw from Mysterious Meteorites. This is perhaps a question for Debbie. How is the risk assessment for micrometeoroids or orbital debris completed?
You know, there's a very defined tool we use called PRA, probabilistic risk assessment, where we actually look at all of the things that create risk for the mission, and MMOD is one of those items. And so we have, you know, MMOD predictions for the environments that we're flying in, the orbits we're flying in, and those feed into that tool, and that's how we determine where that risk falls in that regime. We designed the spacecraft to try and be tolerant to MMOD strikes by putting like I said, a lot of margin into our TPS materials and flying in certain ways to keep the MMOD away from where we don't want it to be. So not a lot we can do with what's out there, but we try and characterize it and analyze to it so we understand what we're accepting.
Okay, we can go to you, and then we'll take another question from the phone.
Hi, Michael Adkisson, Houston Public Media. I have a question for Rick. I want to ask how reentry for this mission looks different than it did for Artemis I and also recent missions over the last, couple of decades, how this is specifically different. And then if I could also get a quick confirmation to tonight's press conference. I tried to figure out if this is the first press conference from deep space before, or at least, out of Earth orbit, and couldn't figure that out 100%. So if anyone has that confirmation.
Well, on that one, we'll have to go back and look what they did during Apollo. So we'll get back to you.
As far as the changes on entry between Artemis I and Artemis II, the most significant difference is the range from entry interface to splashdown. We've talked a number of times about how we've shortened the entry range. We're down around 2,000 miles for this mission, and that's a function of the certification of the heat shield.
And we did just actually get a quick follow-up that there were in-flight opportunities with the crew during Apollo. Okay, we'll go to the phone. We'll get a question from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hi, thanks, Rachel. Just a couple of things for Rick. Rick, how long does the period of max velocity that you mentioned last? And can you talk about sort of the expectations for crew during reentry? Are they expected to be silent, make verbal observations about what's going on? Thanks.
Yeah, the period of max velocity shouldn't last long. We're continuing to speed up as we speak. We're getting closer and closer to Earth, and our velocity is increasing, and it'll peak out right around entry interface. As for what's going on in the cockpit, it'll be very similar to when you're on board a aircraft flying commercial. The pilots are nothing but professional because they're focused on the task at hand. And so I expect the cockpit to be silent as Reed and Victor monitor the spacecraft performance. If all goes nominal, they will not need to take any actions, but they have been trained working with my team of flight controllers to respond in the event that we are faced with an off-nominal scenario.
Our next question is from Joseph Howlett with Scientific American.
Hi. From the mission thus far, I'm curious if there's any lessons you've learned that have informed the plan for reentry. Are there any new risks or contingencies that you're thinking about based on what you've learned so far aboard?
As far as what we've learned throughout the mission that has changed how we've done entry, we really have had a really well-functioning spacecraft. My team is going to take the console tomorrow, and we're going to have a briefing with the flight crew in preparation for entry, and really we don't have any major things. Debbie's got the water valve testing that they talked about, but again, we're going to jettison the service module. The crew module propulsion system is nominal. We're going to activate that tomorrow and see how it's functioning. And so we're planning a nominal entry with procedures just as we had developed them pre-flight.
Joey.
Thanks, Joey Roulette with Reuters. What's the temperature going to be inside the cabin at peak heating or peak velocity? And for any of the little tiny problems that have popped up during this mission, like the toilet and that weird smell that the crew was experiencing, is there anything you have to do with those before re-entry, or is there any problems they might pose during re-entry? Thanks.
I would say from a hardware standpoint, nothing we're doing on those relative to reentry. We have not had any reports of that smell again, and so we'll look more into that in the crew module when it gets back. Things like the wastewater venting, we have some new work planned on the dock at the Naval Base San Diego to try and get some early data off of that system. So we're modifying some things on the ground as soon as it gets here to get some data back very quickly, but nothing that we're changing in the mission profile relative to those items.
And recall on entry, the crew will be suited with their visors down in a pressurized suit so that they're going to get cool air, and so regardless of the cabin temperature, they'll remain cool and comfortable in their suits.
Jackie Goller for the Times of London. I wondered if Lily could just tell us, are there any other recovery or rescue assets in the area? The expectation that the capsule is just going to plop right in front of the vessel. I was just wondering if there's other stuff in the area in case it doesn't. And also, could anybody just talk us through how you, what's going to happen with the astronauts after they come back here? Has there been conversation about what their wishes are in terms of public appearance and so on? Thank you.
Okay, this is Lily. I'll answer the first one. Yes, we still are working with the military to ensure that if there is an off-nominal event, that we have rescue forces ready to go to the site of the off-nominal landing. And so we have C-17s with PJs that are stationed at Joint Base Charleston, ready to deploy if needed. And then we have a C-17 with PJs and also all of the hardware that's needed to rescue the crew at Joint Base Pearl Harbor, ready to go at entry. So we're pretty much covered if there is an off-nominal event and they do not land where the ship is. Now, if they land, a short distance from the ship, obviously we will start heading towards the splashdown site. And I'll let somebody else take the second question.
Yes, we do hope to have an opportunity to hear directly from the crew once they return to Earth several days after their return. Okay, let's come down to the front row here.
Zachary Albert with the Launchpad. Can you take us through the timeline of getting the experiments and science out of Orion? I know coming home from the ISS, there's some that we rapidly get back off the vessel. Is there any plans with that with Orion, or is it going to more just ship back with it when it comes back to Florida?
It's a combination. There's early destow bags that come out right away. They get shipped back on aircraft. Some of the data storage that's got some of the imagery and other technical data will actually be downloading those cards onto computers, making copies there in San Diego. So it's a combination depending on the criticality, and then the vehicle itself comes back, with the rest of the equipment.
TJ.
TJ Mascara with the Epoch Times. Thanks so much. For Lakeisha, Sorry if I missed it earlier. I know we were talking about radiation data. Have you all been able to gather, or have any of that radiation data downlinked yet? And have you guys been able to take a look at it? Or is that all going to be after?
So I think I was referring to the Avatar data, and that data will obviously be brought off of the ship once it's returned.
Okay, we'll take one from the phone. This from Manuel Mazzanetti with Exploración Espacial.
Thank you so much. Manuel Mazzanetti with Exploración Espacial. A question maybe for Rick. This is not regarding entry, but the simulation that the crew performed with the oxysuits. I would like to know if they provided some feedback after this exercise. I understand that they were doing in different speeds, how they felt about it, and if you received some feedback from this test. Thank you.
Manuel, we have not, we're not hearing you quite clearly. Can you try again, please?
Yes, I apologize. Manuel Mazzanetti with Exploración Espacial. I was asking Rick if he can provide, if the astronauts gave some feedback regarding the test with the oxysuits on board the capsule a few days ago. They were doing at different speeds, and I wonder if the crew provided some feedback of improving the process or if they felt okay with it.
So I'm not particularly aware of any specific feedback that we've gotten yet from the oxysuits from putting them on before, from putting them on earlier in the mission. But the experience gained from having a chance to put them on during the mission and not just before entry is invaluable to the crew. They will have, no one's put an oxysuit on in zero gravity before, and so the lessons that they learned from doing it in a arguably less stressful time in the middle of the mission, it's going to pay dividends for when they have to put it on entry day, when there is a little bit of a time constraint, because we need to ensure that they're suited and seated before entry.
Miles.
Hi, Miles Doran, CBS News. One question for Rick and one for Debbie. Rick, how long before entry interface and roughly at what altitude, if you know it, are you switching back over to TDRS and getting GPS back? How quickly is that sequence of events happening? And Debbie, after Artemis I, the main parachutes and the forward bay cover weren't able to be recovered for inspection. Is there anything you wish you knew about how they performed that you don't know based on other data that you were able to get? Thanks.
So as far as the handover from the Deep Space Network to TDRS, that's going to occur approximately 38 minutes prior to entry interface. Once the handover is complete, you'll hear a comm check from Capcom to confirm we have a good link. And I just think this is a good time to acknowledge that the Deep Space Network has been performing exceptionally through the mission. It was a watch item as we were preparing for the mission over the past couple months, but the team that has been managing those systems and ensuring good communications has really performed tremendously, and their efforts pre-flight have paid dividends.
Yeah, I'd say on the parachute question, the Artemis I was one data point, and so we really don't, it's a demonstration of how the parachutes perform, but our certification is really based on extensive ground tests where we are, chunking parachute assets out the back of a plane in Yuma and looking at all different kind of corners of the box when you have one chute out or two chutes out or one drogue and you miss a main. And so you're doing these tests on the ground to really prove out that system. So I'd say, not getting the asset back, that, you can always learn by visually inspecting it when it comes back, but that's not what we base our certification on. We are putting the parachutes for Artemis II on the, we would like to recover them and see if we get those back. But part of the reason of adding all the additional air assets that we spoke of earlier was to get some really good imagery of those chutes if we don't get them back.
Okay, we'll take one or two more, and then we'll go ahead and wrap up. Go ahead.
Hi, Nick Notario with ABC 13. Question, Rick, for you. Give us the difficulty about what you're going to do relative to the launch, the lunar flyby. For people at home, how hard is this splashdown that you all are trying to accomplish? And what are the nerves like here at JSC to make sure that those astronauts return safely to Earth?
I don't know if it's necessarily harder. I think it's just a different environment. It's very dynamic, so similarly to the launch environment, there's not a lot of time to react. When we're performing the launch of any rocket, no matter who's in charge of the launch, there's not a lot of time to respond. And we've talked a little bit, and we showed the video of the engineering team and how the operations teams and engineering teams have been working well together. Unfortunately, when we're in a really time-critical, dynamic environment, we don't have as much of an opportunity to exchange information and talk through nuances of failures. And so what's different for entry is more that there's more of a reliance on the operations teams as the experts to provide a recommendation and safely ensure that the astronauts return home.
You know, I'll just mention that Debbie mentioned a little earlier about the probabilistic risk assessment. We don't talk a lot comparatively about the risk of one part of the mission relative to another, but obviously, launching the rocket in Ascent is a significant part of the risk that we've retired and is behind us. But obviously, we're down to the wire now. We're down to the end of the mission, and obviously getting the crew back home and getting them landed safely is a significant part of the risk that's still in front of us. So.
Okay, we'll take one final question here, and then we'll go ahead and conclude.
Thanks for taking my question. I'm very sorry, it brings up the dreaded toilet again. But there was some conversation between the crew and control, I think it was yesterday, about the volume in the tank needing to keep on top of that ahead of re-entry. I was just wondering if you could give me some more information about what that concern might have been, or whether it even is a real concern. I take it from your previous answers, you're happy about the conditions for re-entry, but why could that be an issue? And if it is an issue, has it been resolved?
Yeah, I think the issue that, if it's specific to reentry, is that with that tank, it's not, we've been talking for the last few days, it's not venting as effectively as we had hoped or had planned. And so that tank may have more volume in it on reentry day than our initial models had analyzed. And so we're just looking at, with a tank of that volume, are we okay? And we're perfectly fine. So just double checking loads and things like that. And CG of the spacecraft, things are moved around and packed differently. So all that's part of that assessment we do right before reentry.
Okay, we'll go ahead and wrap up. I want to thank our participants for joining us today. We do have one time change coming up with the crew news conference scheduled for later this evening. That will occur approximately an hour later. Plan to start at 9:45 Central Time, 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time. You can stay tuned for all the latest updates, including Imagery, at nasa.gov, and thank you for joining us.
I sort of caught the beginning and the end. But there were the questions I heard were pretty good, and the briefing was interesting. But I'll have to go back and see what I missed in the middle, if anything. I didn't see anybody calling anything out on a couple of the back channels that I have, but there's some more interesting launch footage and launch imagery that was posted. I'll have to see if I can bring it up here, but we're still listening for the PAO. So yeah, now that I'm home, we still have to take care of Teddy, and he has a few things there's a few things we need to do every day. So, and then he has to, because he's diabetic, he has to get some shots with his dinner. So it's not quite as not quite as simple to feed him. Let me see if I can pull up. But they're tracking shots. Where'd it go?
Thanks for joining us following our daily press conference. We are live here in the Artemis Mission Control Room, and I'm joined by Seth Lambert, developer of Arrow, the Artemis real-time orbit website that we have all loved keeping track of. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. My pleasure.
So can you tell us about how Arrow works? How do you get that telemetry from Orion and then turn it into something that we can all access?
Yeah, absolutely. So Orion's thousands of sensors are downlinking telemetry to mission control here, and the Flight Operations Directorate takes that data, pulls out a subset of it, and passes it along to me. Arrow ingests it as text, and then goes through a parsing algorithm, evaluates that everything is looking good, and then applies the vehicle data like position, velocity, orientation to a 3D model of Orion, and then it takes the time data and passes that to the astronomy calculator, and that's how we get the position of the moon and sun relative to Earth so that we have Orion in the context of the mission as a whole and accurate lighting.
An astronomy calculator. That is so interesting. Well, longtime fans of Artemis will remember that we also had Arrow for Artemis 1. So can you tell me what has changed since then?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of the telemetry parameters have changed nominally. There's also new components to this flight. There was ICPS and the RPO maneuver, but there's also a lot of work that went into updating the graphics for Arrow this time around, as well as adding in the mobile app.
Well, I remember when Arrow started as an intern project of yours, and your background is in game development. That's that right? How did you end up at NASA, and how do your game development skills contribute to this?
Yeah, absolutely. I started as an intern while I was getting my education in game development. I kind of just fell into it. I never anticipated that I'd end up at NASA. I started developing a educational kiosk app, and when the opportunity to make Arrow came up, I jumped on it. Turns out there's a lot of overlap in the mathematics.
The flywheel team, this is a great device. We really enjoyed it in this small cabin. It's perfect, and it gave us a lot of good opportunity to get our heart rate up and also get some great resistance exercise. So we just wanted to shout out a nice thank you. Here we go. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for the words and the cheers.
That was Commander Reed Wiseman calling down that they have finished exercise for the mission, and that's worth celebrating. So sorry to interrupt you, but please tell us more about your background and how that helped you build Arrow.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap between the mathematics that go into 3D game development and tracking a spacecraft. Actually, they're two of the only industries that use the math concept called quaternions, which is an extension of the complex numbers into 4 dimensions to track rotations in space.
Wow, that's fascinating. And I love having you here because that's a different background than a lot of people realize that we need at NASA. So I really appreciate that. But the public has really enjoyed keeping up with Arrow. What has been your favorite part of the mission so far?
I think my favorite part has been seeing the reaction online to Arrow and seeing it be a spark that people latch onto, and it gets them curious and asking questions and engaging in discussion online with each other about this mission and about what they're seeing through Arrow. And it's been really wonderful to see so many people excited to learn, excited to follow the mission, and feel like they're a part of it through Arrow.
That's so cool. Well, we're showing Arrow right now here on the broadcast. And my last question is, besides the broadcast, where can people keep up with Arrow?
During the mission, Arrow is available online at www.nasa.gov/trackartemis and on the front page of the NASA mobile app.
Very cool. Well, Seth Lambert, developer of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, I'm so happy that we got to have you here. We have shown Arrow so many times during the mission, and it just makes perfect sense that we would get to talk to you today. So thank you again.
Absolutely. Thank you.
See if I can So that's actually not. Let me see if I have a better. It's a little bit. Pardon me. These are some shots from tracking cameras, and I believe they've rotated them, but we can. I just haven't seen these. These are not the full res, but interestingly, you can see the engine mounted heat shield blankets, and you can also see the contrast with the base heat shield for the engine section, the bow tail, and so all of the paint is it actually has a similar char pattern as we saw on the green run. So the aft faces are charred. Well, that's two, but you can see again then the faces that are not directly aft facing, so to speak, are around the tapered part of the bow tail are actually don't look that bad yet, but this is probably relatively early in the mission. So and then there were, or at least should have been, I've lost my, that's why, because I have to go back out this way. And then this is, I guess, something that they flagged in this, because I don't know which, I have to go back and look at the description to see whatever camera it was, but I suppose this is debris or something. I don't know. Again, the problem is it's hard to tell if this is from inside one of the RS-25 engines or something else.
Go ahead.
Hey, we had called down a couple days ago about our contingency LiO, either the LiO canisters or the bubble wrap expanding in the depress. Well, everything is back to the right size now, and it all fits back in its stowage area, so that's great news.
Copy. Bubble wrap nominal. Thank you.
That call from Commander Reed Wiseman down to the ground, keeping us updated on the cabin pressurization. During today's press conference, the crew aboard Orion was instructed to don their hearing protection for cabin repressurization. The cabin pressure at that time was 10.48, and we are now up to 12.73. Additionally, we are tracking a shift to our crew news conference tonight that is now targeted for 9:45 p.m. Central Time, 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time.
Okay, so Dave's talking about the heat shield, the flight blankets, the flight engine mounted heat shield blankets. Let me see if I can go back. Let me see if I can zoom in on this. Again, these are not the highest resolution, but they have a no, that's probably not the right one. No, it's bigger. They have this one looks like it's still relatively intact. They have an outer moisture barrier, which is just, essentially plastic, and that, again, if you go back and look at the green run footage, because they had 2 hot fire tests, one of them was abbreviated, only a minute long, but in that 67 seconds or so, we saw that plastic moisture barrier char away. So this one over here looks like that may be a plume effects, but it's also possible that plastic has already come away from the blankets. So they don't have to worry about moisture at this point in their life. So let me see if yeah, one of those. Well, let me see if I can. Let me find that one, or try and find it. Well, then this one's also. What was the other? The other. Oh, there's a few, but this is also. This is just a nice. This is just a nice shot of. Oh, okay. I have the better one down here. It's a little bit. Again, these are all on images.nasa.gov, but this is a nice shot of. A nice tracking shot post SRB separation, and you can see, you can see the vehicle continuing to ascend. Let me I went the wrong way. Okay, this is I don't know why it's not showing. Well, it's okay. We're I wonder if I can. Nope. Oh yeah, I can. At least in theory. Will I get the? Okay, play bar. I'm missing the. For some reason, it's not showing the time tag very well. Okay, then that might be it anyway. All right, we can try and do this while we're. There's showing a lot of. There's showing a lot of. Arrow right now, so. Oh boy, it's got noise. Oh, it only had. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know why it's. Yeah, and okay, it wants to pause, which is no fun. Let me see if I can play this in non-full screen. No, that did not work well. Let me go try and fix this. Was it this one? No, this is the other. This is the other. Okay, that's the other side. I'm gonna. Oh, that's the problem. Okay, I'll be okay eventually. No, that is. I think that one. I will need to try and mute this one way or another. Because it's mostly, oh boy. I don't know why this didn't work. Nope, that's not it either. Or maybe it just can't show it, sadly. All right, I'll have to bring it in a different way, or at least try to. That's a nice shot.
This is Artemis Mission Control with a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 23 hours, and 40 minutes into the flight of Orion for the Artemis II mission. Currently, the spacecraft is 187,694 miles away from Earth. As you can see, that little crescent Earth is even bigger than we saw it this morning. We've recently heard the crew call down that they are complete with exercise, and that wraps up exercise for them for the entire mission. Tomorrow, they will be busy configuring the spacecraft and reviewing their entry procedures. During the briefing, we also heard the crew call down that all of 4 crew members had completed their orthostatic intolerance garment testing. All crew members took turns testing and evaluating that orthostatic intolerance garment that's worn under the Orion Crew Survival System suit, or OX suit, and that helps the astronauts maintain blood pressure and circulation during the transition back to Earth's gravity. That garment is used to apply lower body compression.
Alex is asking if it's decided that SLS continues past Artemis 5, at what point do the contracts for the various sections have to be in place? I'll have to
With those
digest that a
activities
little
complete, the crew members are starting to move into their midday meal period. So on the menu for lunch on flight day 8, we have beef stew, smoked turkey, cauliflower and cheese, tropical fruit salad, chocolate pudding cake, chicken noodle soup, roasted turkey, fish with mango salsa, braised red cabbage, pasta with shrimp, beef steak, potatoes, and the cosmic brownie.
That sounds good. I mean, I think the White House plan, which is in the fiscal year 2027 budget request, would have both SLS and Orion. They would be given the opportunity to compete commercially as commercial entities with the other, with the trillionaires. So Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, either trillionaires or soon to be trillionaires. But those would be firm fixed price contracts. And so we're just talking about this in another forum. But
Coming up, Reed Wiseman and Christina Cook are also scheduled to conduct some National Geographic interviews. Through a competitive selection process, NASA selected National Geographic to help tell the story of Artemis II. The crew is equipped with multiple GoPros, both Max and Hero 11, and every day they are timelined to film from a shot list provided by National Geographic. That includes their morning routine, talking with their families, exercising, and other thoughts on the mission. In about an hour, we also expect to have a public affairs event with the Canadian Space Agency.
what they decide to do for Artemis 6, for instance, may end up being, I guess we'll have to, I think we'll have to see what Congress says this year, and we'll have to see how much money they put into the commercial lunar crew transportation development, and how much money they will they continue to fund SLS, because after fiscal year 2027, the White House budget basically only does no longer provides any money for SLS, because there's a significant amount of money that was provided in the Big Beautiful Bill, which is already passed, and that money's already essentially sitting there. It's about $1 billion a year. But all of the programs funding for all three of those programs, Exploration Ground Systems, Orion, and SLS, under the White House plan, will go to zero in 2030. So I think it's just a question of what the consensus is there. So we had this consensus that the exploration upper stage is too late, is taking too long, and so they're They've canned that and Mobile Launcher 2. We're going to have to wait, I think, to see for sure if Congress is also has also moved to the White House position for Orion and SLS long term. The difference between those two, though, is we hear Lockheed Martin talking about a commercial Orion a lot more than we hear Boeing and Northrop Grumman talk about the old commercial SLS systems. And so I think the only way that realistically it doesn't seem like we'll see if they're really willing to compete for a firm fixed price contract. It's really, the question is going to be whether that's going to be hard and fast for Artemis 6 or not. And what we may end up seeing is very similar to the other transitions between human spaceflight programs, such as between Apollo and Shuttle, or between Shuttle and commercial crew, that there's going to be a gap in service. But of course, there are lots of questions about Artemis 3, 4, and 5 in front of them. So I think probably what will happen is the contracts for the contracts that go beyond Artemis 5 are going to have to be changed, and so those will have to be agreed to, I think, by the primes. So Boeing, Northrop Grumman, L3 Harris, and the others. So now United, well, no, because United Launch Alliance, their upper stage contract is only for Artemis 4 and 5 for the Centaur 5 units. So, and a spare. But those contracts, the stages contract may not have to be renegotiated, because those are really just existing options. And so we'll see. That also may be the case for the booster production operations contract and the, not sure about the engines, but I know L3 Harris is building engines all the way out through the Artemis 9, for Artemis 9, the 9th.
Integrity Houston
SLS
for Victor
vehicle.
and the extra accelerometer task we discussed at morning DPC. Hey Victor, just for data correlation on the ground, when you do that 5-minute accelerometer test, please give us a call at the beginning and the end of that 5 minutes.
Will do, and if you want, I can put that in work now.
Victor, we'd love to take that now. Thank you.
Okay, Houston, the accelerometers are coming on in 3, 2, 1, hack. Accelerometers on, 5-minute timer started.
Copy, on for 5 minutes. Thank you.
So the SLS contracts are already in place beyond Artemis 5. It's just that those are going to have to be changed, and I'm sure there are some negotiations going on there. Even though Congress probably still has to officially co-sign what the White House wants to do. So we'll have to see how that goes. And then similarly for exploration ground systems, they have a contract that's called COMET. I think it's like Consolidated Operations Management Engineering something, and Technology, something like that. But it's basically the launch and recovery. It basically aligns with Exploration Ground Systems Charter, which is launch and landing and recovery. So Exploration Ground Systems is in charge of recovering the Artemis II crew and the Artemis II Orion when they splash down. That's a contract as well. So So there's still a lot of things that are undecided at this point, but we do have a little bit. We have a little bit more clarity about what the White House wants to do, and so I think it is clear now that they see Artemis 6 as the transition point, and if they're going to allow Orion and SLS to compete for that, and also exploration ground systems, but their plan is not to fund them. Basically to fund them for another 4 years or so, and then the funding will go to zero. And that actually begins with SLS, I think a year early, but again, there's some interesting hypotheticals here, because really at this point Artemis has shifted to an lunar lander centric. Artemis is not a program. It's like a portfolio of missions, but it is all about, which makes sense because the White House's plan has to do with a moon base, and so they're more focused on the lunar landers. But at this point, the Artemis schedule after Artemis II is completely based on the lunar landers. So if there are no lunar landers ready to fly Artemis 3, then they'll wait for those. And same thing for Artemis 4 and 5. It's not real clear what they would do for Artemis 3 without a lunar lander at this point.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. A mission elapsed time of 6 days, 23 hours, and 52 minutes. Meaning this time last week we had resumed that 10-minute hold, and we were in countdown for liftoff of Orion on the Space Launch System rocket. Currently, Orion is 187,283 miles from Earth and continuing to grow closer. This view coming from a camera mounted on one of its solar arrays, looking toward us on Earth.
What's up, bud? Teddy is napping here, and he's passing the time between his walk and his dinner. That's still a couple of hours away. So yeah, and whereas before the programs were centered around what we're looking at, so not just Orion, but also SLS and exploration ground systems. And so right now the Artemis missions are still numbered for when SLS launches Orion. I'm not sure what they're going to do. I guess they will retain that general convention. So when the crew launches on an increment, essentially, whether wherever they launch and whatever spacecraft and rocket they launch on, that will be when that starts.
And Houston shutting down the accelerometers in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, off.
Copy, accelerometers off. Thank you, sir.
So before, like last year, or maybe it was even the year before, I talked about different types of Artemis 3 alternatives to when Artemis 3 was still a lunar landing, and those involved SLS and Orion. Now, it's hard to see. It's hard to, before it was hard to see an Artemis mission without Orion and SLS. Now it's hard to see an an Artemis mission without either Starship or Blue Moon. And so if those lunar landers aren't ready to fly in the next 2 years, you could end up in kind of a worst case scenario where nothing flies.
Timeline look ahead.
Go ahead, Houston.
All right, one more timeline delta with the addition of the leak test for prop. The afternoon news conference, that's your PAO event currently at about MET 3 hours 10, is going to move about an hour to the right. So we'll come up AOS on Madrid. We'll spend about 30 minutes doing prop stuff with you, and then give you 30 minutes to set up the cameras and so forth and start the PAO event after that.
Okay, sounds great.
It's Capcom Stan Love in Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, speaking with the crew. Again, our public affairs event this evening will now begin at 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time, 9:45 p.m. Central Time.
So earlier in chat, there was there was a comment that reentry is the most dangerous part of the flight. I'd be curious to see what the probabilistic risk assessment is for ascent versus entry, but they're probably pretty close. You can make an argument for either one of those. I'm not sure that this reentry is. There's been a lot of publicity about and skepticism. Well, not a lot of skepticism, but there's been some criticism of NASA's approach to this by a few people, and they've made their points and I guess made some presentations about this. But I don't know that necessarily changes the risk. We're going to see this second lunar reentry here for this heat shield, and so it's a different profile. But the launch is still very well, not very, but it's in terms of overall risk to the mission and to the crew is still pretty high. And actually, Rick Henfling was talking about that earlier. I think there was a question that was along those lines, and one of the things that he talks about is that there's just not a lot of time to react to situations during ascent and entry. I do think there's going to be more anxiety about this reentry because of what happened on Artemis I, and then all of the contention about the choices that NASA made to fly the same heat shield and just fly a different profile. So we'll have to see, I don't know that will necessarily. I think what we'll need to see after the entry is what does the heat shield look like, and Debbie Korth was talking about that in the news conference a little while ago. She said they want to see how their models handle. How they predict the condition of the heat shield using this different type of profile. This is much closer to an Apollo type of reentry. So there's not a lot of lift to this reentry, and the vehicle's only going to get about. I have not gone and done the math because the number they used statute miles. I should probably just go ahead and do that. But they use statute miles in the briefing. No, it's not quite. Let's do this again. So if let's see, so I was like 1910. Okay, so it's a little bit less. They talked about, I think, a maximum of and using nautical miles. If I have that right, I'll have to go back and listen to it. I may have copied the number 38. No, that's not right either. But they were talking when they originally announced the investigation results. This is more than a year ago now. About a downrange distance, limiting the reentry to a downrange distance of about 1,775 nautical miles. But if I copy the 1,910 statute miles, and I'm not sure I did, but that's in the ballpark of less than 1,700 nautical miles. But at any rate, this will not be using the skip capabilities that they have with Orion and the Orion flight control system. But they still want to see they still have their models, and they want to see how their models predict how the heat shield handles this reentry profile. I keep clicking it backwards. Yeah, if I recall correctly from listening to the description for Artemis I, the center of pressure and the center of gravity, they use that, and they can control their lift vector. They did this on shuttle too, different vehicles, of course. But yeah, they can use that to manage how much lift they're getting. It is a lifting body.
Integrity Houston, no action on the enabled caution. That's part of our cabin repress. It should clear on its own soon.
Copy. Thanks, Dan.
NASA astronaut and capsule communicator Stan Love calling to the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. They received a caution about their cabin pressure. However, it will clear out on its own after the oxygen levels out inside the cabin. We are currently repressurizing Orion. There was a demonstration flight test objective to have the cabin pressure at 10.2 psi. That repressurization has been going on for about an hour and a half now, and the pressure is currently at 13.27.
What's up? Everybody say hi to Teddy. He's having a rough day as usual.
We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 7 days and 6 minutes, meaning it has officially been a week since Orion launched to fly around the moon and come back home to Earth, targeting that splashdown in 2 days, 1 hour, 25 minutes in the Pacific Ocean. We do expect to see the crew and hear from them shortly during the Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs event. That'll be in about 40 minutes.
So this seems like, well, we're having some, I think by taking the radiation shelter demo out, and they moved up the orthostatic garment flight test, development flight test objectives to today, flight day 8. So that'll give them more time to, and it looks like they also may have moved, I don't know if they moved the crew news conference up or if they'd already done that pre-flight or pre-launch. But it'll still be interesting to hear the crew answer some questions from media. So Walt was asking about the Apollo 10 re-entry speed record. They did talk about that. So Apollo 10 is going to keep the record. I did not copy. I'll have to go back and write them down. But Rick Henfling gave the numbers in feet per second, which is the way, I think that was how they talked about it in Apollo. So Apollo 10's maximum velocity was somewhere over 36,000 feet per second, and Artemis II is only going to get into, I think, the high 34,000 feet per second. It may have been close to 35, but still, it's Apollo 10 still has the record for the time being. It's possible that I'm not sure if Artemis II hits that speed, if they'll necessarily where they will place on the list. That I think we may have to wait for somebody who has that list to take a look. I don't have that handy, but it's still pretty fast. JC's asking about the I guess the way that the computers are networked on board Orion. If they're using tablets, then I would imagine that those are wireless, and so yeah, it's just a matter of how those are networked, and then mission control can access that network. But it does look like they pulled down. They obviously pulled down a lot of video and a lot of audio data from the flyby over the last couple of days. But yeah, this definitely seems like a slower day than flight day 2, or certainly flight day 1, or certainly flight day 6 with the lunar flyby. And so now I think we're looking ahead to the re-entry and the descent and splashdown, and that will be. There will be a lot of events in the last. Sounds like the last hour of the mission is going to be pretty jam-packed. I'm not sure. One of the questions that we asked them back in September was about there's a camera on the service module that is pointed at the Orion heat shield, and because they have a wireless system, they're going to try and capture that video as they separate. They had an issue with that.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space
Artemis
Center
1.
in Houston, Texas.
We're hoping
you are
to see
looking
that
at a live view of the Orion spacecraft in our home planet, Earth. Earth will continue to grow in the frame as we are targeting splashdown now in 2 days, 1 hour, and 16 minutes. The crew is currently enjoying their midday meal, and we expect to see and hear from them in about 30 minutes for the Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs event.
I guess we're getting a few interjections from the public affairs commentator. Well, I'm not technically speaking, I'm no longer in Houston today, so I flew home today, but I did not get any sense of they've been asked about this since they talked about probably all the way back to the first we heard of this was in March of 2023, and then the reentry was Artemis 1 reentry was early December of 2022. So they've been asked about this a lot, and I don't. They were asked about it again today, and they'll be out. I'm sure we'll be asked about it tomorrow, and really even after the reentry and the splashdown. I think there's. So yeah, I don't get a sense of anxiousness from the officials. I think they're more, as they talked about today, they want to see they want to improve their modeling of the performance of the heat shield and the entry environment itself. So they'll have to get the spacecraft and the heat shield back, and they're going to be taking pictures of it. They're going to try and document the condition of the heat shield in the water, not just in the splashdown area. But I believe I asked Rick, or he mentioned something. Maybe it was just in the briefings last September, or but they're going to try and image the heat shield as they lower the water in the well deck and the spacecraft starts to settle down onto the cradle. They want to image the heat shield before it settles onto the cradle, because the cradle will, it will affect the condition of the heat shield when the spacecraft is resting on the cradle. So but then again, pre-entry, there's a camera that's facing the heat shield on the service module, and they are hoping on Artemis 1 and are also hoping on Artemis 2 to get some amount of imagery from that camera, because it's a wireless camera, and all of the sort of wireless routers are inside the crew module, which comes back to Earth. So they should still be able to capture that for some period of time, not a long period of time, but some period of time after the separation occurs, and then they're going to start to open distance between each other. But there was something wrong with the system on Artemis 1. Now they think they've got it fixed now.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, and you are looking at a live view of the Orion spacecraft and a live view of Earth.
But I'm not sure if we're going to see that live.
Dock cam demo and a manual piloting demo, but early in the mission, the team observed a pressure increase in the oxygen manifold of the service module's propulsion system. They isolated a branch of that oxygen pressurization system, and when that was isolated, the oxygen tank pressure increase halted, and those pressures steadied out. So since then, teams have been discussing that configuration, and that was flight day 2. They've developed a test plan to further understand the aux pressures when branch 1 is available for pressure control. They ran that test plan through simulations today, and the team is ready to execute that test this evening. Of course, we do have limited time remaining in the mission, and we want to execute this test while the crew is awake so they could back up any commands from mission control. Both the initially planned docking camera demo and manual piloting demo would change the spacecraft attitude and use that prop system. So in order to provide a steady environment for evaluating the test data, mission management approved canceling both of those demos this evening. Of course, we have gotten several checkouts with the docking camera already, as well as we did complete some manual piloting, both during the manual piloting demo earlier this week, as well as during the proximity operations demonstration after launch. Also, to provide time to get that test started, we moved the crew news conference by 1 hour, and it's now starting at 9:45 p.m. Central Time.
So So it sounds like, so the manual piloting, today's manual piloting demo, sounds like they just can't, like it's been canceled. So yeah, the wireless camera on the service module that's supposed to get imagery of the crew module heat shield post separation, again through the wireless system. I'm not sure if we're going to see that live. It would be recorded. Obviously, it'll for sure be recorded on board. But yeah, the idea would be it isn't even to look at, it isn't even to be able to see the separation. Although again, the solar array wing cameras also, again, the other question is we don't know, we'll have to go back and look or just watch on Friday how the solar array wings are going to be positioned for separation. But in theory, those are wireless cameras. I think those are wireless cameras too. So in theory, they could continue to record until, you know, the signal's lost between those cameras and the crew module, assuming it's a wireless connection. But they had an issue with the heat shield camera on Artemis I, and then we eventually heard that they knew pre-flight they weren't going to be able to get that. So, but they're saying that they fixed that on the Artemis II spacecraft, so they're hoping to get that imagery. It's just, again, like I said, I'm not sure. We may hear about that on Friday during that sequence. From I believe Rob Navius is going to be the public affairs commentator for the entry shift. And so actually we may hear Rob tomorrow when the entry flight control team comes on shift tomorrow. They're going to take a, I don't know if it would be the first crew wake shift. It kind of looks like it. Just looking at the way that the flight days are laid out, the on flight day 10 on entry day, they get into the entry checklist about 3 hours after they wake up. So.
Integrity Houston, Jeremy, we see you on camera.
Oh, okay. So the Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs PAO event is coming up. They may not show us the camera until the event. Up.
And Jeremy, we see your mouth moving with the handheld mic, but are not receiving audio. And below that, we have you on Building 8 audio.
Nope. Maybe there's a delay. We're not getting it. It's not getting all the way out to the live stream.
We'll go.
A look inside the Orion spacecraft right now at Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. He will be conducting a Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs event coming up. This is Hansen's first flight to space. Meanwhile, his crewmates, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, are in their midday meal period. In the background of just behind Jeremy Hansen, you can see the RISE zero gravity indicator. Rise took over the NASA Artemis social media accounts today, so if you're looking for more content on him, you can check them out at NASA Artemis.
It's a nice view of the side hatch, at least the inside of the side hatch.
Now in frame behind Jeremy Hansen is pilot of the Artemis II mission, NASA astronaut Victor Glover. Floating into frame for a moment there, Commander Reed Wiseman. Again, the
Houston integrity for images for downlink.
Go ahead, Reed.
ACN, I put a single photo in a folder entitled For Matthew Dominic to share with CB on PCD1. If you could get that picture to him, I'd appreciate it.
We will get that crucial piece of imagery to Matthew Dominic.
Okay, excellent. I was trying to reduce the size of it on Goldstone, and it kept corrupting, so hopefully that file itself is not corrupt. It's the NEF. Sorry, it's a little bit larger.
Roger, we'll take a look.
That was NASA astronaut and Artemis II commander Reed Wiseman calling down about something they are sending to their friend, fellow NASA astronaut Matt Dominic. Meanwhile, we are standing by for the start of the Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs event. We expect that to start in about 13 minutes. If you look closely, floating in the background are a pair of solar eclipse glasses. During the crew's lunar flyby on flight day 6, they were the first humans to witness a solar eclipse from the moon. Now, this solar eclipse was not visible from Earth. It was only visible to the crew when the moon passed in front of the sun. They were able to put on those eclipse glasses until the moment of totality, during which they were even able to see the corona of the sun around the moon. There are some incredible photos available from that portion of the lunar flyby during the time they were in the solar eclipse, as well as the rest of the flyby. Some beautiful photos of the moon. You can find those on images.nasa.gov or on NASA's social media. There's even a selfie of everyone in those eclipse glasses.
Huh. I wonder what that noise in the background is. As I mentioned way back at the top of the live stream, from time to time, I just got home right before the live stream, and so I am taking care of other household chores, and also unpacking and trying to archive some of the things that I collected during the trip to Florida and then to Houston. So I'll be ducking out from time to time. So another thing that I'm taking a look at is also sort of early scouting for going to New Orleans sometime, probably in a couple of weeks. Not really sometime. It'll be towards the end of that, so towards the middle end of April. They're looking at rolling the SLS core stage, the top of the Artemis III SLS core stage out of New Orleans and shipping it to Kennedy Space Center. They're just now receiving the 2 SLS solid rocket booster aft segments for Artemis III on the rail cars. It'll probably be not too long, but maybe not today or tomorrow. They have to disconnect those cars and probably do some inspections before they take each segment into the rotation building of the rotation processing and surge facility. But then we're also talking about the rest of the core stage. The engine section for core stage 3, the Artemis III SLS core stage, has been in Florida for a long time. It was originally delivered there at the end of 2022, right after. In fact, it may have arrived. It either arrived right as Artemis 1 was re-entering and splashing down, or right after, within a couple of days. It arrived in Florida. At that point, it was just a completed structure, and Boeing has then spent the last few years outfitting it. Plans for that have changed multiple times, though, so it's been kind of there's been a lot of, I guess that's probably the best way to put it, there's just been a lot of changes. They originally took it to the space station processing facility, which was then renamed. They actually ended up with 2 engine sections in that facility for a little while, and then Boeing reconsolidated their work in VAB High Bay 2, which is where they have their big vertical integration center. So I think we're standing by for that PAO event to begin. So I'll take a couple questions, but then I actually I'm not expecting there to be a lot of news from this.
This is Mission Control Houston, specifically the Artemis Flight Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. A mission elapsed time of 7 days, 39 minutes. We are on flight day 8, and as earlier reported, we were anticipating the manual piloting demo, the second half of that, and the docking camera demo this evening. Those have been canceled. They are going to conduct a prop pressurization test. Our public affairs event is also being shifted. That will start at 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time, 9:45 p.m. Central. We are also just moments away from a Canadian Space Agency public affairs event. As you can see, astronaut Jeremy Hansen there, center of your screen, getting set up. That event will start in 5 minutes.
So we can do a little bit of couple of questions here before that starts. So Mr. Pashto is asking, is it normal for them to send just a couple of segments at a time? It's not normal, but it's possible that we saw that during shuttle program. What would often happen is that they would send the aft segments for a particular flight first, and then they'd send the remainder on another shipment, and often they would send the next set of aft segments with that.
The spacecraft did a test with their orthostatic intolerance garments. These are essentially a compression garment worn on the lower half of the body and can help reacclimate the astronauts ahead of their return to Earth. They also got in their last exercise before return. Tomorrow will be a very busy day with cabin configuration and studying their entry procedures.
So there was some speculation maybe that we would see that they might actually send for the Artemis IV aft segments, but I think that's just speculation. I was asking about that and didn't necessarily get a firm answer on that. So we'll have to see. They will eventually need the other 8 segments of the Artemis III boosters, but the rest of them don't have as much work that needs to be done for them to be ready to stack. Really, those other 8 segments, they'll come off the rail cars. They will do a receiving inspection, and then they'll essentially go into storage in one of the surge buildings in the rotation processing and surge facility. But the aft segments have to go in build-up stands, and so those will be attached. They will be mated to the aft skirts, and then the exit cones or nozzle extensions will be attached underneath. They'll install instrumentation. They'll install the core stage aft attach rings, and probably some other insulation, thermal curtain, things like that. And then eventually those will be ready to stack on the mobile launcher, which will be getting prepared in parallel. So then I'm probably running out of time here. There's a note in here about Orion being around since 2004. Not quite. So the contract for Orion was awarded in 2006. So only a couple, it's still 20 years. But the sequence of events was you had the Columbia disaster in 2003. The vision for space exploration was announced in January 2004. Did I say 2023? So the Columbia disaster was in 2003. The vision for space exploration was announced by Bush 43 in 2004, January 2004. And then they spent a decent amount of time on, I'm trying to remember what the name of that was when Dr. Mike Griffin was nominated and confirmed as NASA administrator, and they did a architectural study, but that took the better part of 2004 and 2005, and then they settled on design references, and then they let those contracts, and so Orion's was awarded in 2006. But then, of course, it was canceled in 2010, and then sort of brought back to life that same year. But
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
And we can talk about that later.
Houston, this is Integrity. We sure are.
Canadian Space Agency, this is Jenny from Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Jenny, hello and thank you. Integrity, this is Josh Kutrick at the Canadian Space Agency in St. Hubert. How do you hear us? He hears us.
We got you loud and clear, Josh. Great to hear your voice. We got Jenny and Capcom, and it's great to have you on board Integrity. Thanks for joining.
Thank you, guys. We're good? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jeremy, and to your crew aboard, we have a very special guest tonight who would like to say a few words to you. And so, c'est avec grand plaisir que je passe la parole au très honorable Mark Carney, Premier Ministre du Canada.
Well, merci beaucoup, Joshua. Et tout d'abord, Jeremy, je veux commencer en français parce que tous les Canadiens et Canadiennes sont tellement fiers de vous pour bien des raisons. Mais c'était incroyable de vous entendre parler français pour la première fois dans l'espace. And as I say, Canadians are so proud of what you're doing and the collaboration. And I just want to have a chance, if I may. I mean, I'm thrilled. I'm absolutely thrilled to be speaking with you, Jeremy, and the crew. We've all been watching and inspired by what you're doing. And I just want to, I'm conscious. I spoke to the president the other day. I think he may have mentioned just how proud we are to be associated with this mission. And, it strikes us in Canada, there's such an incredible team, from the engineers who designed Orion and the rockets to mission control, to Jenny and the team there, the four of you. And I wonder if you just, enlighten us a bit about some of the lessons that you've learned over the years and up there in terms of teamwork and collaboration. I mean, this is such a unique example for the world and beyond. And I heard last point pilot Glover say, I think it was on Easter, he was looking back at what he called Spaceship Earth, and what lessons we can take here on how to work together better down on Earth.
Premièrement, c'est un honneur pour nous d'avoir le Premier ministre à bord le vaisseau Integrity. Alors, merci beaucoup pour ça. Et pour moi, c'est juste important de communiquer que je suis tellement fier du Canada. C'est le Canada qui a fait le travail de créer cette opportunité d'être ici dans l'espace lointain. Alors, Canada, je suis aussi fier de vous. Also, why don't I pass the word or the mic around a little bit? I think my colleagues would love to say a couple words, and they know a lot about collaboration. You can see we got our flags here together. We're better together, and I'll pass the mic.
Perfect.
Greetings, Prime Minister Carney. I just wanted to say thank you for the amazing hospitality, and we look forward to sharing all of the discoveries and pictures and experiences with the people of Canada when we get back. And I think I'll just say one word about teamwork is willingness. Willingness is a huge ingredient in a successful team.
I'll just add that I flew to the International Space Station in 2014, and before we go up there, we have to go to Montreal to the Canadian Space Agency and do training up there. And it was amazing. In just 1 week of my robotics training up there, I have lifelong friends from Canada, and I am honored to serve alongside Jeremy, Josh, and Jenny, truly the finest astronauts I have ever met.
I completely agree. I love my crewmates' words. I think we're so in agreement on this. And really, the answer to your question, in so many ways, we are an example, I hope, of that collaboration, about how when you go together, when you bring in partners and contributors that are all excited about the same mission but have different talents, how you can go so much farther. It may be more complicated, but I think what we've shown time and time again, both in the International Space Station and with this vehicle and this mission, is that the impacts are just so much greater and they're compounded.
Amazing, amazing. Well, can I pick up on just a couple of things you said? One is on hospitality, and it's great that you've been to Canada. I want to extend the invite on behalf of all Canadians to come to Canada. Certainly come to Ottawa. Don't look too closely right now. You'll notice that it's still pretty white, but it's the snow's going to go. And I just wonder, a lot of Canadians just want one point of reassurance that the preference is for maple syrup over Nutella on your pancakes in the morning. I'll take that as a yes, I hope.
Absolutely, sir. I can send Christina to get the SERP right away, but we definitely have it on board. It can make another guest appearance.
That's excellent. I'm going to ask two questions. I'm conscious of the time.
She'll bring it over. While I have the mic for a second. All right, over to you.
I'm sorry, Jeremy. I'll squeeze in two questions. Well, by the way, we all trust you. You don't have to prove it. But I'm going to ask a serious. Well, they're both serious questions. And the first one was, Jeremy, you said the other day that this mission is a risk for a good reason, which really struck me, and it struck me as well. In the countdown when there were some tolerances and mission control had to decide that, it was risk and it was good to go and everyone signed off. So you're taking risks for a good reason. And I just wonder, maybe expand on that a bit. You've got lots of young people watching and inspired, and, the challenge that there is, and it's a positive challenge for this generation. But the other question, which I'll squeeze in, is, we have been following here that the wake-up songs that you've had from Sleepyhead to Tokyo Drifting. My daughter's making a playlist, so she wants to get some feedback on your favorites, your favorite wake-up songs.
Well, I'll start with the wake-up song, and maybe I'll get it from the crew. But my family suggested the one this morning, Under Pressure, and so that's been my favorite so far. How about I go around? Then I'll wrap up this question.
My wife actually replaced one of my songs with a song, Mandisa Good Morning, and it's just it was actually really pleasant to wake up to, and so I give her a shout out, and that was my favorite one.
And I won't quite take responsibility for Pink Pony Club, although it probably is my responsibility. But Tokyo Drifting is a song that my daughters and I listen to every year when we go on our annual vacation to Florida. And so that one meant the most to me.
Yeah, the wake-up songs have been absolute perfection. However, they did cut off Pink Pony Club before the chorus, so I really was just singing it all day after that. My song was Sleepyhead because it was after a 4-hour nap after being awake for I'm not sure how long, but many, 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 many hours, and I knew that we would need a little backup on that.
All right, and my second favorite song will be on Landing Day, but I'll let you wait to see what that one is. I think it's appropriate for the day. The one more thing you asked about risk, and we do think risk is necessary, but calculated risk, well thought out risk, and risk that you balance with others. And so for youth that are making those decisions, do it in collaboration with others. People will point out when you're out over your skis, and so you have to be smart about how you take risks. But as a country, we have to be willing to have some failures, and we fail in this space program, but we assure ourselves we're not going to stay or rest in those failures. We're going to push through them. And so as you've been leading our country, we know we have to do some things. We have some work to do. We have to be willing to have some failures and be okay with that, but ultimately knowing that we're just going to persist and win in the final calculation. Before you leave us, Prime Minister, I did want to show you this. We have this on board flying, and when we get back, we'd love to make sure this gets to you. So I wrote your name on the back, well, your title on the back. Make sure that it gets to you. Over to you.
Thank you, Jeremy. If I may, thank you, Reed, Victor, Christina, Jenny. Extraordinary experience. And I'll just reinforce what you just said. Whether it's in Canada, the United States, right around the world, the examples that you're showing of how to reach literally for the stars, reach for the moon, and not just be satisfied with that, because you're setting a platform for the world to go even farther. And it's hugely inspiring in all walks of life. Canadians couldn't be more proud of you personally, but this mission and our collaboration with the United States. So thank you for making the time, and Godspeed, and enjoy the rest of the mission. And we look forward to seeing you here at some point in Canada for maple syrup on pancakes.
Thank you. Thank you,
We
Prime
love
Minister.
it. We
Thank
love
you,
it, sir.
Jeremy.
That's great.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you, Jeremy. I would now like to invite the Honourable Mélanie Joly, Minister responsible for the Canadian Space Agency. The stage is yours.
Yes, thank you, Josh.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Jeremy. It's really a pleasure to see you and all the crew. Ça me fait vraiment plaisir de te voir. Écoute, on est extrêmement fiers, tout le monde ici, la grande famille de l'Agence spatiale canadienne. On dit bonjour, puis on dit à quel point on est fiers de toi. And what I wanted to tell you is how much I've heard time and time again, people from across the country saying, oh my God, we're so not only proud, but it's good news. We're following because they're providing hope, and Jeremy is actually helping us go through our days. Because sometimes things can be a bit heavy, and there is sometimes anxiety, but all of you four have been really, really good news. And so I just wanted to convey that. And now, I know we can talk about maple syrup, and yes, you guys, you're invited to come here. Bien entendu, on va vous amener à la cabane à sucre avec plaisir. Avec plaisir. Mais j'aimerais savoir, what, now that you're a bit, you know, you've gone the furthest away from Earth and therefore from humankind, I have a deep question. Do you have a new perspective on humankind as you're coming back? Or not? Does that change your point of view on things or not? It just, you know, I think it's a question that many of us ask each other. Donc voilà, c'est ma question. Après toi, Jérémy. Merci encore.
I think it's an excellent question, and you know, the answer for me. Merci. I think it's an excellent question, and for me personally, it hasn't changed my perspective at all. I've seen some amazing things. The viewpoints and the perspective. I've seen new perspectives, but my perspective on humanity and our place on planet Earth has not changed because I launched with the perspective that I think there is enough for all. The purpose of humanity is joy and lifting one another up, creating together versus destroying. And that's how I launched. And I launched with the expectations. We often say in this crew, we don't want to set expectations, but I launched with the expectation that I would see the proof of it with my own eyes, and I definitely have. And I think that's really reassuring. And I'm glad, we're all glad. We've been just receiving some touching messages up here. Yours was very heartfelt. We felt it up here. And we're glad that we can remind people that we can do better as a human race by lifting one another up and collaborating. Alors, merci pour la question. C'est vraiment important pour nous à penser des choses comme ça.
That was the best.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Josh. Thank
Very
you.
nice to see you.
Thank you. And I think there's lots of young people that want to ask questions.
We should do that. We should go right to questions. So, moving right along, Jeremy, Artemis, don't go anywhere. We'll start with a question from the room. Ella.
Hi. I am Ella May McCumber, and I'm from Gunawaga, and I attend to a Gunawaga Survival School. How does seeing Earth from space change your view on life?
It's another deep question, and I've been to your school. I remember it well. I had a great experience there. I have to release my colleagues back to work because there's no rest up here. There's always a lot to do. So I'm going to send them off, and then I'm going to answer your question. Thanks for joining me. Appreciate it.
I hope we get to visit you.
Victor says he hopes he gets to visit your school as well. And like I was saying to Minister Joly, my perspective hasn't expressly changed, but I do think it's important to reinforce that. Well, what I have seen up here has reinforced my perspective. We live on this extraordinary planet Earth, and it is truly out in the void of space. It was really unique to see it from the far side of the moon, to look through the moon and see this three-dimensional moon out in front of you, and like just so oddly, this enormous sphere hanging in space, and we were on the far side of it looking back and seeing planet Earth
and then watching planet Earth disappear. We saw the Earth set behind the moon, and then we waited a little while, we lost contact with Earth, and then to see the Earth rise again and to be able to talk to Jenny back in mission control, that is an amazing perspective, and it's something we already know from science, but to see it with your own eyes, wow, seeing is believing.
Thank you, Jeremy. There's some time for a few more. The next question is from Raya, Mississauga, Ontario.
We wanted to know, is there anything that you learned from the elders of the Turtle Lodge that impacted your journey to space?
Oh, I love that question. Yeah, I've had many Indigenous elders spend time with me on my travels across the country, and I've always enjoyed it. If I can give you one piece of advice, sit with your elders and ask questions, but listen intently. Every time I've stopped to listen, I learn these amazing things. You've probably seen my mission patch. I have it with me here. I flew with it on my kneeboard, actually. Let me make sure I got it upside right. You've probably seen this. This encompasses a few of the things that I learned from the elders. But when I left the Vision Quest, I had a better understanding of it. And these animals in our patch, in this patch that was created by Anishinaabe artist Henry Guimont, from the Turtle Lodge, these animals represent some things that I try to think about every day. My mantra when I wake up is I am just going to try to spend my day walking with these attributes. And so I start with courage, humility, respect, love, honesty, wisdom, and truth. And my crewmates here, and one of the instructors that we went on a backpacking expedition with, taught us something about being in integrity. It's actually one of the reasons we named our spacecraft Integrity, is because as humans, you are not always in integrity. Sometimes you are in your integrity and sometimes you fall short, but you should strive to be in integrity. And so for me, being in integrity is walking in accordance with these 7 sacred laws. And it's just something that helps me guide me through life. Over to you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Our next question is here in the room. Oh, it's not. It's online. Our next question is from David Leader, Middle School, also from Mississauga, Ontario.
Our question to Jeremy is, with AI, robots, and climate change becoming big issues on Earth, how do you think missions like Artemis will change the way humans live on Earth in the next 20 to 30 years?
About comms being hard with spacecraft. Who's there? Is it? Jeremy, if you hear this, I'm going to repeat the question. It was, with AI, robots, and climate change becoming big issues on Earth, how do you think missions like yours will change the way we live here in the next 20 or 30 years?
Hopefully you can still hear me, but humans are always pushing the boundaries, always inventing.
If you hear this, I'm going to repeat the question. It was, with AI, robots.
Yes, I heard the question the first time. Maybe my comm's not getting down. It's interesting to think about. Hopefully you're hearing this. Just interrupt me if you're not. We keep pushing the boundaries of innovation, and there's new technology, and that's great. We can leverage it for our advantages. We can also use it to do harm. And so we just have to strive to keep pushing innovation in ways that helps us collectively live better together. How do missions like Artemis help us? Well, one of the things I love about space exploration is we set really big goals, hard goals, like sending 4 humans out around the moon, and we have more goals. We're not stopping here. If you think this is neat, it's going to get really exciting in the next number of years. We plan to get back to the surface of the moon. We plan to create a permanent base there on the moon and eventually get to Mars. But what is awesome about when we set these big goals is it puts a focus point on actually getting it done. When you know, it's easy to dream about things and create innovations, but when you actually are going to bet your life on something and go out and do it, it really helps bring that innovation cycle all the way around, from original thought to scientific understanding to actually development and testing to actually doing. And doing is important. And we in the Artemis program are doing as an international collaboration and flexing one of the most important muscles we have, which is learning how to work better together. Over to you, Josh.
Thank you, Jeremy. That was well received down here. We're hearing that is about all the time that we have. And so a heartfelt welcome and thank you to Jeremy, Christina, Victor, and Reed, the Artemis II crew. Bon voyage. We wish you a safe journey home. We hope to see you all again very soon. Thank you, everyone.
Integrity. This is Houston ACR. Thank you. That concludes our event.
Merci tout le monde. Thank you to all participants. Integrity. We are now resuming operational audio communications.
Thank you, Josh. The crew says thank you.
Integrity.
Oh, that was odd. The audio was good during the event, but it sort of cut in and out from the Capcom.
We're live in Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas at Johnson Space Center. You just watched Jeremy Hansen speaking with members of the Canadian Space Agency and Prime Minister, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick.
Integrity for onboard camera.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Just curious if you guys want to stay on board. I know we've got the other PAO event later. Maybe we could just stay on the D5. I don't know if that TS rate of 1300 is too much. I'm not sure if we can lower it, but either way, we're happy to have you on board with this camera, ideally, or we can switch over to the HHP.
We're checking. Jeremy, we'll stay with you on the D5 for another 14 minutes, then we have a data rate change and we'll have to drop it.
Okay, Stan. I'll turn the audio off and then bring it back on board.
Good plan, sir. And we loved your PAO event.
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate that.
A little earlier, Trevor was asking about how many times can each Orion capsule be reused and how many Orions are there. That is how many times they could be reused is still to be determined. I think right now the intent is to try to reuse the Artemis 3, 4, and 5 capsules based on what they see in Artemis, based on what they saw in Artemis 1 and what they're going to see on Artemis 2. And then obviously continue to refine things, but they plan to reuse the Artemis 3, 4, and 5 units on Artemis 6, 7, and 8. Now, again, sort of setting these plans have been around for a long time, so who knows how they're going to be, how they will change given the new plans by the White House. Because you're likely with two providers to see a similar thing that they were at least planning for the International Space Station commercial crew, which was eventually you had two providers and each one they would alternate, which meant that one provider would basically get one flight a year. So it's an interesting now that's what the space station increment of approximately 6 months, and things have changed a little bit there. Obviously, the White House is looking for probably higher, shorter increments and higher flight rates than that. So, but still, it remains to be seen what happens, how that works out. The three there, and then in terms of how many Orions there are, I guess it depends on what you count, which articles you count as Orions. If you're just talking about flight units, there's this Artemis II ship is the third one to fly in space. There was the Exploration Flight Test 1 crew module that flew in late 2014. Then there was Artemis 1 and now Artemis 2. But those missions and those spacecraft were different spacecraft, but there was a 3-test series that was set up about 15 years ago when Orion came back from the dead. So Orion went from, in Constellation, they called Orion the Crew Exploration Vehicle. Then it was canceled, and then when it came back, it was retitled the Multi-Purpose Crew Vehicle because it wasn't really clear what they wanted to do with it, since it wasn't something that the NASA at the time wanted to do. It was just the compromise that they made with the Congress at the time. So those are the 3 capsules that have returned. So the thing is, Exploration Flight Test 1, that was an early working. It was a early working version of a crew module. No life support systems, no crew, limited navigation, but it did not have a working service module, so it actually could not fly anywhere. It was just launched on a Delta IV Heavy into a sort of a medium Earth orbit, and then the crew module separated from the fake service module, which remained attached to the Delta IV upper stage. And then it flew a reentry. It was a little bit higher speed than a typical low Earth orbit reentry, but not lunar speed. But then on Artemis 1, you had a working crew module and a working service module, and working together, an integrated crew and service module, which was able to navigate on its own and did a 4-week-long orbit, so to speak, of the moon. And then we have this mission. So this will be the third. And of course, the only thing that's recovered is the crew module.
You're looking at a live view inside the Orion spacecraft. That is NASA astronaut Christina Cook. The Orion spacecraft is now 99,427 miles away from the moon, 184,498 miles away from Earth. Obviously, you can keep up with that at any time at nasa.gov/trackartemis. Inside the cabin, the crew members are finishing up their midday meal. And again, a reminder, our news conference with the crew members will happen at 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time tonight.
Integrity Houston for timeline, 2 items.
We're with you.
All right, first, since we are not doing the docking cam bearing objective anymore, you can wait on docking cam install until just before bedtime, so we don't need it early anymore. Next, the flight director conference coming up here in a minute or two is going to be on Open Orion to Earth to discuss the valve leak characterization.
And one clarifying question with the docking cam, it sounded like you were just giving us that full length, but if we did want to take it down sooner, that's also okay.
And Christina, sorry, bad words. All we really mean is plug it in sometime before bed. We understand it's already installed.
Yep, and I messed that up too. Yep, we are talking about the power. That's the commodity here, and sounds like we can do it whenever. Appreciate it.
Good words.
After the crew are picked up by the helicopters and taken back to the ship, they'll go to the medical bay first, and they'll just get Lily Villarreal was talking about this in the news conference. She's the landing and recovery director. She was talking about this. They'll go to the medical bay and just get a standard evaluation checkup, and then sometime in the I think she said it was somewhere in the 12 hours afterwards, 12 hours after splashdown. And again, it'll probably depend, which would make sense. It'll sort of depend on if the crew's doing well and they want to go home. I imagine they're going to arrange to. Some of it will depend on what the time of the day is. Of course, it's going to be within a few hours after splashdown. It will be dark, so I don't know if they would take a helicopter ride back to San Diego or wherever they were going to stage and find, they're going to go back to San Diego. They're going to get on a plane and they're going to go back to Houston.
Integrity Houston, Orion to Earth 1 for conference.
There's Jeff Radigan. Here's the flight director conference.
We're with you, Jeff. Go ahead.
Okay. Hey, guys, we're going to talk through the steps that we're going to do in the prop characterization. The overall big picture, what we're trying to do is really understand whether we have a leak on aux branch 1, and if we do, exactly what that leak rate is. So the first thing we're going to do is get all of our caution warning and our fitter back in the right configuration to be able to do a flush on that aux branch. We're going to do that from the ground, and you guys will be able to see that on the prop ohms plus X display. And so after we do that, we're going to be left in a configuration with the latch valve open, and of course there's 2 solenoid valves which are not on your display, they're still closed, and those are the ones that we're going to see if there's leakage across. So we're checking for leakage from the helium tank into that aux tank that's downstream, and that's what we're trying to see. Okay, a couple of criteria that we have for stopping this test. If we see the fitter kick off, actually detect the leak again, of course it'll close the latch valve, and that will terminate this test with no action from either you guys or us. The other things we're looking for are if we get a pressure in the aux tank upwards of 274 psia, then we're going to command the latch valve closed. I don't expect that the ground or the crew would need to do this. We do expect the fitter to take action first, but we want to make sure that if for some reason we have a leak that's bigger than we expect, that we close that latch valve before we get to the 274 psi in the tank.
I believe the fitter refers to the acronym FDIR, which is Fault Detection, Isolation, and Recovery.
Let's see, integrity, we've got 30 seconds to a data rate change, and then we'll see you on the other side.
We copy all that. Let me just read a little bit back to you. Fitter should be able to just shut us down. We are going to keep the SMRCS prop.SMRCS up. We just like that page a little more for the phase of flight we're in. If you want us to go back to OMC plus X, we can. And the valve in particular we're talking about is the aux helium isolation valve, top stop 3 on that page. That's the only insight we have because we don't have the PCA. And that's string 1. And anytime we see it get above 270.
We are in a brief handover with the crew, and we'll regain that communications shortly. Flight Director Jeff Radigan calling up some of the instructions and things they want the crew to monitor during tonight's prop pressurization test. Here in Artemis Mission Control, the Orbit 1 team is on console, but the Orbit 2 team is filtering in the room and getting through their handover procedures.
PSI and the fitter has not worked, and ground commanding has not worked, or we're LOS, we will command tab stop 3 to close. PSA, and the fitter has not worked, and ground commanding has not worked, or we're LOS, we will command tab stop 3 to close. Houston integrity, com check.
Integrity Houston, back with you after the data rate change handover.
We got you, Jeff. Did you hear our response or not?
Let's see, we copied you talking about what we would take action on, the helium isolation valve, tab stop number 3, and closing that, and you gave us a summary that we expect the fitter to actuate first, and if it doesn't, then either the ground or you guys will take action. Ideally, we would command from the ground first, but of course, if we're LOS unexpectedly, then you guys will take action to close that valve to isolate aux branch 1.
Yep, that all sounds absolutely perfect. We will leave you all as prime for this, prime for commanding, prime for the test. We'll just monitor as you all go. And then if we're LOS and I try to close auxilium isol 1 and the valve for some reason is not commandable, I would just assume my next step would be secure prop for SMRCS.
Yeah, and read negative, that's actually not going to solve the issue if we do that. If for some reason this latching valve is unsuccessful, our next step is going to be having to go down the route of actuating the pyro valve and ensuring that we have a physical isolation on this branch 1. I will tell you, we don't expect to get to that, but part of the reason we're ensuring that we're doing this with COM, with the vehicle, is that multi-failure case.
Okay, awesome. We see that pyro valve. I know we won't get to that point, but we see it on SMP and T, so just good to know that that is there. But I know, don't worry, we're not going to go anywhere near that.
Copy. We appreciate that. That's all I had for you. We are going into an hour-long forward LOS here, and then we'll pick up with the prop actions on the other side, and then we'll get you guys to your PAO event. But happy to take any other questions you guys have.
All right, Jeff, that all sounds great. We have no questions on that, and if we're going to wrap, Jeremy is going to call Stan with a generic question.
Integrity Capcom's ready for your question.
Okay, Stan, I'm just looking ahead at the eclipse wall closeout panel activity, which is flexible. I'd like to step into it soon. I'm looking at the fastener you've chosen in the procedure, and that is definitely not the most convenient one. I can do that one if required, but going up that same row of fasteners, 3 fasteners higher, so second from the top, fourth from the, I guess third from the bottom, fourth from the bottom would be easier.
Jeremy, copy, we're checking. All right, Jeremy.
Stan, actually, maybe one go back as as I read further while I'm waiting for you, I see that it is the highest loaded fastener on panel 6. So we don't want to miss the opportunity to demonstrate that we can get the highest loaded fastener out. So I'm fine. It is accessible. It was just not as convenient.
Jeremy, to channel JFK, we picked that fastener not because it was easy, but because it was hard.
Oh, now you're talking to us. Okay. It will be fastener A.
Thanks, Jeremy.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas, and the team here on the ground communicating with the crew some actions they want them to be aware of during tonight's prop demonstration or prop pressurization test. Artemis II is now 183,952 miles away from that planet you see on screen, which is our home, Earth. Scheduled for a splashdown in 1 day, 23 hours, and 59 minutes.
They did say that they're going to have another forward link loss of signal here, and they said it would be an hour or so.
Integrity Houston, cabin repress is complete, 14-7, and we'll stay that way for the rest of the mission.
Stan, we definitely appreciate that, and you should probably just carry a note forward for future Artemis missions. If you do a large repress like that, there are certain things, such as CCUs, that collapse pretty significantly during that. No damage, but there are some things we probably would want to vent along the way as we come back in pressure.
Received loud and clear, Reed. We'll take that note.
Whoops.
That was Commander Reed Wiseman calling down to the ground. We did conduct the cabin repressurization today. The cabin pressure was kept at 10.2 psi for an extended period of time as part of a test aboard the spacecraft, as this is a test flight. The first flight of humans aboard Orion. Everything we learn is helping us prepare for future missions.
Are you guys hearing a little bit of static in my live stream? I can't tell if that's coming. I'll have to go check the other. But if somebody let me know if you're hearing a little bit of it's not too loud, but it's like I'm hearing static right now, so I can't tell if that's coming from the NASA source or something else. But in the meantime, Go for Gordon asking what was the word on the second manual piloting demo. They canceled it because they're doing this test of the propulsion system of the helium. I think they're trying to see if there's a leak, and so they're going to do this. They were just talking about that they're going to have an approximately hour long forward link loss of signal where they won't be able to speak or command up from the ground to the spacecraft, but they will be able to hear the crew, and they'll be able to get data, systems data during that time. But they're not going to do that test until after they until they're out of that forward link loss of signal. Okay. That's interesting, Trevor, because I'm just noticing it right now. I didn't hear it necessarily in the earlier in Houston or even like an hour ago.
This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams are now handing over. I'm Leah Cheshire Mustachio. This might be my final shift, but if you're new to following NASA, I want to say welcome. There are monumental things to come, and we're so excited you are here for the journey. It's been the honor of a lifetime to help share this mission with you, to help share this incredible crew and the teams that make it all possible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you carry this wonder with you. Our 24/7 coverage continues with my friend Anna Schneider, and we'll be live all the way through the astronaut splashdown and recovery in the Pacific Ocean on Friday, April 10th, so don't go anywhere. Thank you.
And Integrity Houston on 1, we're about a minute out from our hour-long forward link LOS. During that time, there's about an 11-minute return link LOS. Except for those 11 minutes, we'll be watching and listening, but can't call back.
Okay, Stan, anything that we see, we'll call in the line. Otherwise, have a great little break.
Thank you, sir. Take care.
Yeah, it's just, the static is just odd because I don't know. I could, now that I hear it, I can hear it on, I have the feed up on another computer, and so, and then different headphones, and I hear it much more faintly than I do on the computer that I'm streaming on. But I guess kind of just severe trivia. But yeah, I guess, and then we just so that forward link loss of signal is now in effect, I guess. I don't know if they're going to do the handover during that loss of signal. It's possible. So it looks like I see Jenny Gibbons, and so I think this is her last shift on Capcom, or at least planned shift. And so I see her there, but I also see a couple of other astronauts that are listed here. Maybe we'll see them a little later. But I would imagine that there's a fairly involved audio mix for this. So I don't know how many sources of audio they're pulling here. I was actually asking, Drew's asking, or Drew's saying, sounds like they want to bring the mobile launcher back pretty soon. Do you think they did all the required outside activities like welding? It's possible, especially if there wasn't any welding that was necessary. So that was, I was asking people pre-launch about what types of things they would need to do before they could, come back to the VAB. And they said, that was one of the things they said, but it was hypothetical. So again, if the damage was not, they could have significant damage and things that they need to repair. And I think Lakeisha Hawkins said that, not significant damage, but that it's going to need some refurbishment work. But if there's no hot work required, that was the thing. One of the things that they were talking about that would keep them. Well, that's not a good way of putting it either. It's just that they would need to finish anything before they got inside the VAB. So, and again, it may be more complicated. It usually is more complicated than that, since they're not planning on stacking any boosters on the mobile launcher for a while. I mean, it'll take a couple of months approximately to get the aft segments and the aft skirts and the nozzle extension and all of the aft assembly hardware integrated in the build-up stands. So, it's possible, but it's possible they didn't need to do, or if there wasn't any significant welding that they needed to do and they've already completed it, or if I think Mr. Isaacman said yesterday in about a week. Well, so maybe they can complete or will complete all the welding that they need to get done in about a week. So I'll have to go look and see, but after Artemis 1, even with the damage that it had, they rolled the mobile launcher back from the pad to the VAB, I think somewhere around 3 weeks after the launch. It was in December. Maybe it was 4 weeks, but it wasn't that long after launch that they rolled back. It's just that they knew they were going to have to do a lot of work outside, so they probably deferred some of the welding work and all of the other repair work until they were relocated to the West Park site. So in this case, I don't think there's any plans to do that. In fact, I think both, the East Park site is still taken up by Mobile Launcher 2. And then right now, the final shuttle mobile launch platform was parked in the West Park site. But I don't think, again, they were not planning on making any upgrades to the mobile launcher after Artemis II. So it just needs to be refurbished to begin stacking and integrating the next vehicle. So we'll just have to we'll be following that, and I think it's because it's only been almost literally a week since the launch. It's probably going to be a while before we get much of the story about the details about it. And we're just trying to find out. Like I did ask about that. the other area of activity that I'd heard that they might want to do were some verification and validation activities. So, but I don't know whether we're going to get a chance. I will probably ping public affairs again, but because the mission is underway and because Exploration Ground Systems is also the landing and recovery, that's part of their primary duties. It's launch and landing and recovery, or launch and recovery. So a lot of the public affairs folks are busy with getting ready to recover the crew and Orion out in the Pacific. So we'll have to see what we'll have to see we're going to just see. We're probably going to see the mobile launcher roll back. Maybe next week we'll get some updates. I'll just have to see what happens with. I'll just have to see if because I did there were a couple of the sort of primary launch public affairs folks from Kennedy who were in Houston just to help out. Same thing as for launch. There were a lot of people. There were a lot of public affairs people from different centers who were at Kennedy just to help out because they don't have the staff to do all of the roles that they have all the time. So so I'm not expecting them. The only thing will be whether or not they deferred some of those V&V activities until, I'm not sure when, because I think the plan is that the next time once the mobile launcher rolls into the VAB, the plan is the next time it rolls out, it'll have a vehicle stacked on it. So, we will see. We'll see when that is too. But I did hear, and I probably will. That'll probably be something to go back and do, which is to go back and listen to the news conference again and see if anybody asked any questions about it. But I don't hear them talking about mid 2027 as much as just saying 2027 now. But having said that, probably should go look and see what the Artemis III page says now. Yeah, so that just says 2027 now. It may not have. That may have been the opening. That may have been their opening update on the page, but they can only, if the longer that Artemis 3 is delayed, the longer Artemis 4 and 5 are going to be delayed. So they can't, if they were to fly, every month that Artemis 3 is delayed is going to push hard on the Artemis 4 schedule, especially because if you don't fly in, if we take mid 2027 literally, and they were to launch in July 2027, and were to take early 2028 literally, then that means there's only 6 months between Artemis 3 and Artemis 4. If we play around with those a little bit and say Artemis 3 launches in July 2027, but Artemis 4 launches in April of 2028, then that's still only about 9 months, which would be a significant increase in the turnaround, or decrease in the turnaround time, at the same time that they're planning on integrating a new upper stage onto SLS. So that's the one where the pinch seems to be the hardest, so to speak. It may be more realistic for them to that by pushing hard to fly 2 lunar landings in 2028, that they'll at least get one, because before Mr. Isaacman took office, there was a lot of skepticism that there would be any lunar landing in 2028. But the other thing, another one of those things that's interesting is looking at the budget request that was released. Again, it seems like forever ago, but it was only last Friday. But one of the things, I haven't had that much time to look at it, but one of the things that I noticed in going through it again on the plane coming home was the word China is almost never used in there. And so it does seem like the administration is trying to pivot back to commercial sustainability. And it will be interesting to see if the whole race with China thing fades away again after being used for, half the middle of last year. Because whether or not China lands the next people on the moon first, that doesn't change the sustainability of NASA's plans or whether or not that's the goal. And it seems like that's what they're shooting for, is they're looking at the commercial market, and that doesn't necessarily change if China lands the next people first. So your father's space program is asking, what will the Artemis 3 stack be? Which upper stage which upper stage will it use, or if any? And so that was something that was at least teased by Jared Isaacman yesterday. We'll have to go look, but I believe there's at least one story written about that. I just haven't had a chance to read it today because I've been traveling, but he did mention, and this is also something that isn't completely revelatory, but they're looking at an Earth orbit rendezvous and docking flight test. So it's possible they may be looking at doing a high Earth orbit rendezvous and docking test rather than a low Earth orbit one. If that's the case, then the question is whether SLS can get Orion far enough without an upper stage or not. So we just saw on this mission, when this mission was launched, Orion absolutely needed the ICPS performance to get up to that 24-hour orbit. And so if they were to do something that was really a high Earth orbit mission and a rendezvous and docking test there, then that would require ICPS. And then you're definitely looking at, and then you use that up, and then you're looking at, that forces you to use Centaur for Artemis 4. But we'll have to see whether there's a lot of what ifs there. Oh, and speaking of that, it is Teddy's dinner time, so I'm going to have to take a few minutes. So I'm waiting. You will hear him very shortly. There he is. The cameras that the very up close views of the boosters, where you could see on this mission see the strakes. Those are cameras that are mounted around the core stage. They're either on the exterior of most of them are on the exterior of the core stage, near the top or the bottom. And then there are a couple of cameras inside the launch vehicle stage adapter that were pointed at the aft end of the ICPS. So now, what happens to those LVSA cameras when that has to be redesigned for Centaur 5? That'll be a question. But in terms of looking at the performance of the vehicle thermal protection system and then also looking at the forward booster to core stage attach points, that system should remain intact. And really the computer, the avionics and software architecture going to Centaur at least strikes me as being very similar to what it is right now with SLS and ICPS. You have completely separate flight control systems. The SLS flight control system will just stay on the core stage, and then Centaur 5 has its own independent flight control system, which can handle all sorts of upper stage type use cases. And so we should see that on Artemis 3. The problem, as it was on Artemis 1, is it was so dark that they either didn't get good views, especially post booster SEP, or just didn't want to show us it because it was too dark for their taste. I don't know that I was never able to really determine that, but you can see now NASA released, I think within 48 hours of the launch, released the full switched downlinked feed from the core stage to the ground during that 8 minutes. I think there were a couple of cutouts in it of maybe 10 seconds. But everything that they transmitted to the ground, basically the core stage does its own live stream because they don't know if they're going to be able to downlink or download the video files after separation or not. So we got that switched. We got almost the entire powered flight switched view. And I think it actually starts before, I think several seconds before ignition and liftoff. So we should see that again. So I'll hopefully be back in 15 minutes or so, but we gotta feed Teddy, and as you can tell, since the barking stopped, that obviously means he's eating, but we have to do a little bit of extra work now post food.
Good evening from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications, and the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has recently come on console, and they have completed their handover with the Orbit 1 team. The Orbit 2 team this evening will be led by Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak, and the Capcom, or capsule communicator this evening, will be Ginny Gibbons, and you can see both of them there on your screen. The Flight Director console is on the upper right, and then the Capcom console is right next to that on the bottom portion of your screen. We are currently in a forward link loss of signal, which means that the team here on the ground can't call up or make any commands, but the crew on board the Orion spacecraft can call down if they choose. We just wouldn't be able to respond. And there on your screen, you can see a live look at the Orion spacecraft named Integrity as it continues its return journey back home to Earth, with that splashdown targeted for Friday, April 10th off the coast of California.
The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently awake. They are in the second part of their day. Earlier in the day, they completed an orthostatic intolerance garment test. During this test, the crew members took turns testing and evaluating the orthostatic intolerance garment, which is worn under the Orion Crew Survival System suit, which is that orange suit that the crew wears during dynamic portions of the mission, such as launch and re-entry. The orthostatic intolerance garment helps astronauts maintain blood pressure and circulation during their transition back to Earth's gravity. After extended time in microgravity, some astronauts experience orthostatic intolerance, which is a condition that can make it difficult to stand upright without dizziness or fainting. So this garment applies lower body compression to counteract this effect and support a safe return. After completing that orthostatic intolerance garment testing earlier in the day, the crew then moved into their midday meal. There was also a Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs Downlink event. And now the crew is completing some cognitive assessment questionnaires. And then they will be moving into another public affairs event later in the day around 9:45 p.m. Central Time, 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew is originally planning to do the second portion of a manual piloting developmental flight test objective later in the day. That objective, or that demo, ended up being canceled to allow time for the team here in Mission Control to work on a oxygen manifold of the service module's propulsion system. So earlier in the mission, the team observed a pressure increase in the oxygen manifold of the service module's prop system and isolated a branch of the oxygen pressurization system. And when branch 1 was isolated and the oxygen tank pressure increase halted, and those pressures steadied out, but teams have been discussing that configuration since flight day 2 and have now developed a test plan to further understand the oxygen pressures when branch 1 is available for pressure control. So after running that test plan through the simulators today, the team is ready to execute that test this evening. And so that is why that manual piloting developmental flight test objective was moved off the timeline to allow time to execute that test this evening. Currently on your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis real-time orbit website, or ARO. This is a visualization that provides updates on the Orion spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from Earth and from the Moon. So currently the Orion spacecraft and its crew, which includes NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, as well as CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, are currently about 182,000 miles away from Earth and about 100,000 miles away from the Moon.
Houston Integrity call in the blind from a Peltor, and just doing a test for the Peltor noise reduction flexible activity. These actually work really well. We have 3 crew members on Peltors, 1 in the toilet, and we're using the Bluetooth feature to talk between them, and they sound really good. Noise canceling makes them very quiet, and then talking to each other with push to talk on the headsets.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You just heard NASA astronaut Victor Glover call down from the Orion spacecraft. You can see a live view of that Orion spacecraft. He noted that he was making a call in the blind, which means that he knows that the team here cannot respond to that call because we are currently in a forward link loss of signal. And that call he made was regarding some noise reduction activity that they are currently doing, and it was a taskless item, as in not necessarily scheduled on their timeline, but some extra activities if they had time to get to that they could perform for teams here on the ground. So again, they were working on a noise reduction assessment activity, and he was making that call in the blind because we are in that forward link loss of signal, and we do expect to regain that forward link and reacquire signal in a little less than 30 minutes.
They were talking, so Jennifer was asking where the parachute's stored, how do they make it through all the heat? They're stored, there is a forward bay cover. I think a lot of the terminology, some of that basic terminology also comes from Apollo. But there's a forward bay cover on the top. Let me see if I can find that image. But they're stored underneath that, so that protects them from. That protects them basically until that's jettisoned to start the sequence. Let's see if I can find a. Some of the, yeah, okay, there you go, right there. The Orion selfies have shots of it. I don't know if I can pull this up though. Some of these load and some of them don't. There's so much interest in the images from the moon that some of the pictures load easier than others. Well, in that case, let me see if I have the. They did release a video of the Artemis I re-entry sequence. Okay, that'll work. At least in theory it works. Well, yes and no. We'll try it. We'll try it with. So this is a, assuming I can bring it up. Oh, and I lost the, let me just quickly check that the live stream is still working. Okay. No, not that one. Still have to work on this a little bit, but so the forward bay cover is at the very top, and you'll see it come off, and it pulls the drogue chutes out. I don't know if NASA has released those graphics, and then on the bigger problem is I don't know if I can download them. I would have to go find the. But let's just go ahead and play this, because the parachute sequences doesn't take that long. So you could see there goes the forward bay cover. Then there's the drogues. And so those slow the crew module down, and eventually they'll release those will pull out the 3 main parachutes. But they're on the drugs for quite a bit of time, actually. It seems shorter than this will probably seem shorter tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Friday. So the lighting's not the greatest here for showing the. But you can see how the capsule slow down even more when the mains come out, and they're still. Let me see if I can find. I'll go back to the live. And then there are videos and pardon me, and I thought I had. I know there are videos of that show okay. Here we go. Well, again, assuming I can play this. This is a much shorter. Well, no, it's 46 seconds long, so. Okay, it starts pretty quick. Once again, the wrong. Well, okay, I gotta close that one. So this is again, this was a structural test article, and And so this is just a test of the jettison of the forward bay cover. So this is well, that's not the greatest there, but you can see the difference in the test article that it's installed on. So the forward bay cover at the top. I'll go ahead and back it up, or attempt to back it up to the front. Yeah, because it was already moving. This is in slow motion, but and you can see some of the parachutes. You can see the parachute assemblies. This is just how the forward bay cover is jettisoned from the top of the crew module, and then that exposes all the parachutes, but not until after the spacecraft is well down into the atmosphere and is also going much slower at that point. So yeah, you can see some of the parachute packages, although again, I don't know if those are if that's a main parachute assembly or one of the drogues. It could be one of the mains, but we don't have the greatest reference material anymore. It's because these programs are now partially private. Let's see if I can find.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Again, we are currently in a forward link loss of signal, or LOS, which means that the crew can call down to Mission Control, but the teams here in Mission Control cannot call up to the crew during this time. We do expect to regain that forward link in about 18 minutes from now. Currently on board the Orion spacecraft, the crew is awake. They are in the second part of their day. They will be moving into a public affairs event a little bit later today, and then earlier this morning, at the beginning of their day, they spent quite a bit of time working on a orthostatic intolerance garment test as part of a developmental flight test objective. And during this test, all 4 crew members took turns testing and evaluating the orthostatic intolerance garment that is worn under the orange Orion crew survival system suits. These garments help the astronauts maintain blood pressure and circulation during their transit back into Earth's gravity, because after an extended time in microgravity, some astronauts experience orthostatic intolerance, which is a condition that can make it difficult to stand upright without dizziness or fainting. So this garment applies lower
Integrity OE1 in the blind comm check using the Peltor headset on the seat 2 umbilical MET 7232.
That call there made from NASA astronaut Christina Cook, who is one of the mission specialists as part of the Artemis II mission on board the Orion spacecraft. She noted that she was making that call on OE1, which is Orion to Earth 1. It's the communication link down to Mission Control. And she also noted that she was making that call in the blind, and that is because we are in that forward link loss of signal, so that the teams here in Mission Control can hear them call down, but aren't able to provide a response back up. She mentioned a Peltor headset. They are currently working through a noise reduction activity using those headsets.
Still taking care of some household chores. Yeah, I'm not. Drew's asking about the center of mass and the center of pressure and how that's the configuration of that. I'm not sure about that. I wish I could. I'm trying to remember. I remember it was asked during, like, this is back in the Artemis I. They were talking about. I just can't remember if it was during the ahead of the reentry or not. Well, it probably was, but it sounds like they've made that shift change from the Orbit 1 to the Orbit 2 team. But that call, so we heard the Orbit 2 public affairs officer, and we heard and she was explaining what that call was from Christina Cook. Another video that shows an abbreviated parachute deployment sequence is for Orion would be the pad abort test. I don't know if I can find that. I might have that one handy, but it's showing the same type of sequence. It's just it's abbreviated because they have to get all of those things deployed very quickly, because in a pad abort, the launch abort system can get you up to some altitude, but you really don't have that much time to get the mains out. So but it's as was noted, you can watch an Apollo. You can watch the same types of tests from Apollo. I'll just see if I can. I'll see if I can find the particular replay. And actually, this has got a replay from inside that pad abort test article. But there are also ones that would be like there was video shot from inside the Artemis I Orion, I think. Like we've typically used the video at the beginning of the reentry, but the video runs all the way to. I just want to see if I can find. Oh, okay, that one's. This is kind of real time. I'm just gonna. Okay, so this is. Whoops. Let's see if this will show. Eventually it will. But this is relatively full speed. So this is after the abort system's fired off the pad. And you'll see the jettison motors pull the tower away, and then there goes the forward bay cover. It's like they don't have, so there are the drogues, and the drogues won't hang on very long because they've got to get the main parachutes out to stop the spacecraft before it gets to the ground. And then these are just some more replays. Let me see if I can find the part of the Artemis I re-entry. Oh, that's right. I put it in a different place. This is sound, but you can probably hear that, but you can't see it. These are the, let's see if I can mute. Well, that doesn't help either because it's in the wrong thing anyway. It takes a little while for this because the spacecraft has all of that real estate that it can cover in a real descent after the re-entry. So there, that's the mortar for the, so I'm not sure you could even see the forward bay cover, but that thump was jettisoning the forward bay cover, and now you see the drogues. I believe this is the onboard audio. This is just the ambient audio inside the crew module. So I'm not even sure how much the crew would be able to hear this because they'll be inside their entry suits with their helmets on, and I don't think they call them Snoopy caps anymore, but it's like it'll be muffled to some extent. I'm sure they will feel the mortars fire from the forward bay cover and all these other mortars that fire, but was in the top hatch window, or if it was in one of the main windows or not. I guess if we go by this corner here, no, I can't tell if we can see anything past that or not. It might have been in one of the main windows, but then yeah, then it takes once the mains are disreefed. The whole point is to slow the spacecraft down to a very slow descent, and then it takes rather a long time for them to get down to the water. I'm just going to let it. We won't be able to. Well, actually, I don't know. I think we saw something like that during the Artemis one. It wasn't that high quality because it was the same bandwidth issues, but they still have it. just looking at the numbers, they have a lot of distance to cover in 2 days. Like 100, and I think still more than 175,000 miles. 175,000 miles. That might be so you guys were talking about the extra radiation protection as a part of the radiation shelter, and they I guess they got what they want, or not what they wanted, but they got what they needed, I guess, because they were the thing that they were looking for was ventilation, because they're going to pack themselves inside this in the center of the structure as much as they can, and then surround themselves with as much as they can. And so talking about bags of water, I guess it depends on how much time they have, but we heard them talking about filling a water bag up in the early part of the mission. I think it was before TLI. They were talking about just in case to have to fill up a water bag. And so if they had enough time to do that, then that might be what they're talking about. Is, I don't know if they're contingency water bags, but that may be what they'd be talking about doing is basically just transferring water from the service module water tanks into bags, because obviously those are, when I say service module, they're obviously underneath the crew, but to transfer those into water bags and then position those. Again, I have no idea how long it would take to fill up a bunch of water bags, but that's probably something they would have at least a decent idea about. Kirk's asking in chat about how on Artemis 4, do you think it will be another 4-person crew or less? But I'm pretty sure it'll be a 4-person crew. They have it. Orion is provisioned for a crew of 4, and I think all of the lunar landers are also provisioned that way.
Integrity, Houston, for a comm check.
We have you loud and clear. How us?
We have you the same. Thanks, Christina. And your calls in the blind on the Peltors came down super crispy. They were loud and clear.
to know. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently 7 days, 2 hours, and 51 minutes into the Artemis II mission. The crew and the Capcom here in Mission Control, which you can see a view of Capcom capsule communicator Jenny Gibbons on the left-hand side of your screen, calling up to perform a communications check with the Orion team, Orion crew, following that forward link loss of signal. Now that we've regained or reacquired that signal. So now the team here in Mission Control can communicate directly with the Orion spacecraft and its crew, and they can communicate back down.
I think they're planning on doing this prop system test. I believe it's the helium isolation valve that they've been having issues with, and so I don't know if they're doing that right now. It's possible they are, and then they have a PAO event. I know the ground was going to do it, but I don't know if we're. I'm not sure we're going to get any play-by-play. We may just hear about how it went afterwards.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft. This view coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings attached to the service module, which provide power generation.
And Integrity, Houston's on board with you, and we have you loud and clear. But the PAO event has been delayed by 1 hour so that we can support this prop characterization test. Copy, thumbs up.
That's right. We're just on autopilot for once, just following Optimus there on my IM. And okay, we'll just stay streaming if you want it, and then we'll be ready for PAO in an hour.
No worries. We'll happily hang out on board with you, and we'll continue our preparation work for that characterization test down here. Thanks.
And you're now seeing a live look inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft. Those calls coming down from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who's in the forward portion of that view on the left-hand side. You can also see CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, in the center of your screen. And next to him is NASA astronaut Victor Glover. And in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see NASA astronaut Christina Cook. They went ahead and started streaming the interior camera in preparations for an upcoming public affairs event. And that event taking place in a little over an hour from now, around 9:45 p.m. Central.
Integrity Houston, we are taking our initial steps for this characterization test. We will let you know in advance of the flush in which we will be opening that helium ISO valve 1, and at that point we would need you in place at the DUs. We'll let you know.
Great, Jenny. We'll be ready.
The Capcom, or capsule communicator here, Mission Control, Jenny Gibbons, who was also a backup for the Artemis II mission. She's a Canadian Space Agency astronaut alongside Jeremy Hansen, calling up regarding a propulsion characterization test that is going to be taking place here shortly. Earlier in the mission, the team had observed a pressure increase in the oxygen manifold of the service module's propulsion system and isolated a branch of the oxygen pressurization system. When branch 1 was isolated and the ox tank pressure increase halted and those pressures steadied out. Teams have been discussing that configuration since flight day 2 and have since developed a test plan to further understand the ox pressures when branch 1 is available for pressure control. After running the test plan through simulators today, the team is now ready to execute that test this evening, so that is what they are preparing for now. So with the limited time remaining in the mission, and a desire to execute this test while the crew is awake so that they can back up commands from Mission Control, the best time to fit in the test into the plan was this evening. So they did have to rearrange some of the crew's timeline. There was originally a docking camera demonstration and a manual piloting demonstration scheduled for this evening. And both of those tests would have altered the spacecraft's attitude and utilized the propulsion system that they're testing. So in order to provide a steady environment for evaluating the test data, the mission management team approved canceling both of those demos taking place this evening.
Integrity Houston, I thought we just caught an ActiWatch sync. If I had my own, I'd sync it with you.
100%, Jenny Gibbons.
Glad that's still alive. Good job, guys.
Houston Integrity for a PAO message that I recorded earlier.
Go ahead.
Maybe this is two items. First is a question that I think you'll be able to answer in a few minutes, which is I had an activity on my timeline to record a PAO message this morning. Let me see if I can figure out which one that is. It was my MET 2145 PAO recording. If it is, does that need to be downlinked or does that just need to live on my iPhone?
We'll get it after the mission, Reed.
Okay, and then an interesting nuance on the iPhones that maybe someone down there can think about, this is definitely the least urgent question you're going to get this entire mission, is when we plug them into PCDs to like pull a photo or a video over, we don't have any rhyme or reason yet, but sometimes it takes like 12 or 18 hours maybe for the picture or the video we just took to actually show up. All the other stuff shows up, but new stuff does not show up on that PCD for a long time. It's almost like it's using a cache or something, and it's just not going in and looking on the phone for new pictures. It's just a very weird phenomenon. If anybody has an aha moment down there, we'd love to hear it.
All right, we'll take some time to think about that one, but as you say, low priority. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're now seeing a view inside.
Houston Integrity for Oxone.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm not sure if you just said you're busy or not as busy right now. We're trying to start thinking about entry prep, and we want to know, are we going to change out Oxone one more time in the toilet or not?
Yep, Reed, good question. We will want fresh Oxone tomorrow, so you will do that Oxone change out or tomorrow.
So I'm not sure if the crew news conference got delayed another hour or if that was just restating what we'd already heard. I mean, I guess we'll find out, but standing by for this prop system config test.
Houston Integrity for Stowage.
Go.
Hey, Jenny, as we move a few things around over the next half an hour, are you guys okay if we call individual things down, or is that going to clobber your headspace down there?
We can absolutely take whatever you want to call down with respect to stowage.
All right, Houston, one quick one. We have an oxone inlet filter serial number 1031 that we are going to stow in CTB Bravo 3 small, just to get it out of the way.
Copy, Reed. Which CTB in Bravo 3 small? We believe there are two.
And I'm sorry, that is going to go into Bravo 2, the small one underneath C1.
We copy, thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You can see a live view of the crew.
Data rate change in 30 seconds.
You can see a live view of the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as they continue their return journey. They were recently calling down some stowage locations where different items are being stowed and held in preparation for the re-entry and return on Friday, April 10th. The IVA, or Intravehicular Activity Position here in Mission Control Houston, is the console responsible for supporting the astronauts and their activities inside the Orion spacecraft. They also monitor the crew's well-being and provide suit support, hygiene, and internal crew support tasks throughout the mission. And you also heard a call-up that there was going to be a data rate change, and during that data rate change, there is often choppy communication, and we'll typically lose those views momentarily before we regain them. From this view on your screen, you can see the full Artemis Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Houston, and this flight control room is just down the hallway from the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Some of the positions that you see there on your screen include ground control in the far upper left corner, far bottom left corner. The ground controller manages the team that maintains and operates ground and network facilities, including voice systems, building systems, redundant power systems, and more. A couple rows behind the ground control console in the middle left portion of your screen is MPO, which stands for the Mechanical and Power Officer, and they are responsible for electrical power generation, solar arrays, array rotation mechanisms, and power distribution systems. They also manage the crew hatch, docking mechanisms, vehicle pyrotechnic devices, parachutes, and water uprighting systems. And then next to the MPO console is FAO, which is the Flight Activities Officer. They are responsible for integrating and managing onboard activities. They're also responsible for managing the transfer of procedures, email, and other information between the crew and the ground. Behind the MPO console in the back left is ECOM, which is the Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager, and they're responsible for internal thermal control systems, air and water supply, and purification systems. And they also manage emergency response. Those are just a handful of the positions that are here in the flight control room, and all of these teams also have a back room supporting them throughout the mission.
haven't heard any major updates on this prop system characterization test, I guess they call it. But I'm not sure exactly how long once they make the configuration change, how long they were I may have missed it, how long they're going to watch the system to see what it does.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Following that brief data rate change, we now have those live views back of the crew inside the Orion spacecraft. Again, they're working through some stowage activities to start preparing for re-entry prep. They will do a lot of their re-entry preparations tomorrow when they will be reconfiguring the cabin to prepare for splashdown, and they will also be studying their entry procedures. In addition to stowing some of their equipment, they will also be installing their seats to ensure all items are secured for re-entry.
Well, in the severe trivia department, I'm not hearing that static in the that I heard for what seemed like just a short time to me. But yeah, right now, not definitely a slower. I think today and tomorrow are going to be a lot like this. Basically packing up for the trip home. So now with the flight test objectives, I guess that's right. They're not doing. They did one return trajectory correction burn last night, but then they're not doing one tonight, and then so they're doing one tomorrow, and then a final one. Like 5 hours before entry interface.
Integrity Houston for contingency urine stowage bag dump.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Hey, Reed, wanted to let you know that message 3.8.6 is on board with a procedure to dump urine from the contingency urine stowage bag. We verified that you can complete this anytime today, and the heaters are configured for the dump. That's step 1.1 is complete.
Hey, Jenny, thanks for the call. I haven't reported that there's more urine in there. I think we're in about probably 1,200 mils at this point. Will that volume affect the call you just made?
No issues, Christina. We appreciate you letting us know, but you are go to dump that amount.
Okay, thanks. And understand I'll be able to, if it's desired to land with that bag empty, I will be able to dump on entry day as well.
Affirm.
Awesome. And this reminds me, will we be dumping the water that we got in the other CWC?
Nope, Christina, we won't be dumping that. We don't want to risk any freezing. We'll be landing with that water in the bag.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
And Jenny, quick question, any chance that Mike and I can do the flywheel closeout 28.3.112 now as a little bit of a get ahead?
Absolutely, your go.
Looks like the video and audio are out of sync here a little bit.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Some additional communication there between both NASA astronaut Christina Cook as well as NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman talking to the ground about a handful of activities, one of those related to a wastewater dump. They also referenced the acronym CWC, which referred to some contingency water containers. They were confirming that those would not be dumped ahead of re-entry and splashdown on Friday, April 10th. And then they were also discussing the flywheel exercise device on board the Orion spacecraft and beginning to take that apart and stow it. The flywheel uses a cable-based system that supports both aerobic workouts like rowing and resistive movements such as squats and deadlifts.
The last update I have from public affairs is that the crew news conference is about 45 minutes away now. 9:45 p.m. Central, 10:45 p.m. Eastern, 7:45 p.m. Pacific. But it looks like the crew is working stowage. Yeah, it is interesting. The display unit poster behind the Capcom console. It's probably part of their cubicle, so to speak. Because they can put up those displays on one of their computer screens with the live data.
We all just had that weird vibe of backing up and we were getting sad.
Oh, we feel it too, but we'll be happy to have you back.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 3 hours, and 33 minutes into the Artemis II mission. You can currently see a live look inside the Orion spacecraft's cabin. That spacecraft named Integrity by its crew. Currently on screen you can see NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman as well as NASA astronaut Victor Glover, and just floating off screen was NASA astronaut Christina Cook. They are working through some stowage activities in preparation for re-entry. That re-entry and splashdown expected to take place on Friday, April 10th. Specifically, they are working to do flywheel closeout, and the flywheel is the exercise device on board the Orion spacecraft.
Go.
Jenny, I have two 12 by 12 Ziplocs of uneaten food. I'm wondering if I can stow them under the headrest in that locker we were talking about, Bravo 1. No, sorry, Bravo 2.
Jeremy, we actually prefer that be temp stowed for now. We will have the full repack plan for you tomorrow morning during cabin config, and we'll have a place for that.
Okay, we'll temp stow it.
Thanks.
And Jenny, is it okay if we put flywheel tools into bag 10, or do you need flywheel tools back into bag 16?
Checking. Reed, we have an answer for you. We would prefer them stowed in bag 16 because we'll be using them again for the docking camera bracket ops.
Okay, into 16 they go, and with that, I'm happy to report that 28.3.112 is complete, and if you could let Victor know in Building 5, his favorite green card did not manifest on this flight. We did not lose the shaft lock pins, and Christina has one thing for you.
We love it. Thank you.
And
Apparently
Jenny,
some
with your
pantomime.
last call, I realized that we're very eager to obviously start getting ahead on any packing we can. We haven't been reporting Bob deploys. Do you guys need to know that, or are there any other things that you have question marks about? Because I just want to make sure that when we get that, y'all are, have the right information to get that packing plan good.
Checking. Christina, at 5:45 today on your timeline, you have a consumables check, which the intent of that was to report on those items. We can take it earlier if you're ready.
Awesome. Let me have a look, and we'll let you know if we have anything we can tee up for you now. Otherwise, we'll wait for it as scheduled.
That sounds great, and Victor's spinning is making us giggle. It's really spectacular. Integrity crew, Houston, we are ready for the Prop SM Aux Branch 1 flush and pressurization. We'll have at least one crew member at the DU, and let me know when you're ready for more information.
Okay, so now I think we're getting ready to do this test.
We're ready.
All right, Christina, some additional information for you. That tank pressure limit of 274 psi will also ring an enabled caution if it's reached, and that caution is SM Aux Tank P High. That'll be another indication that we'll both be racing to close that Aux Helium ISO 1 valve.
Understand all.
Okay, do you have any more questions before we get started?
Okay, we are ready.
Copy. We'll put it in work now.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We had quite a bit of communication there for a minute from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as they're working through some closeout items and restowing some of the cargo on board the Orion spacecraft in preparation for entry. One of the items they referenced was a BOB, which is a bulk overwrap bag, and these are how the food items are stored on board the Orion spacecraft and also how they're stored on board the International Space Station. And then the ground also said that they were going to start a prop flow, and this is related to the propulsion characterization test that they are running this evening. So earlier in the mission, the team had observed a pressure increase in the oxygen manifold of the service module's propulsion system, and as a result, they had isolated a branch of the oxygen pressurization system. But teams have been discussing that configuration since flight day 2 and have developed a test plan. So they are executing that test this evening.
Integrity crew, prep has completed the initial flush. We are continuing with steps following the flush. That valve is open and things are looking good so far.
Copy, and we'll stay at the DUs, follow along.
Thank you.
And you just heard the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, which for Orbit 2 this evening is Ginny Gibbons, who is a Canadian Space Agency astronaut and was one of the backups for the Artemis II crew. They called up regarding the prop characterization test that's currently ongoing and stated that it's going well so far, and that NASA astronaut Christina Cook, currently on board the Orion spacecraft, said they will continue to monitor that test from the DUs, and that refers to the display units on board the Orion spacecraft.
Houston Integrity PCD-2 for the actigraphs.
We copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You heard a call a moment ago from NASA astronaut Christina Cook referencing a PCD. Those are portable computing devices, basically a tablet that the crew uses, and she was also referencing an actigraph device. So as part of the Artemis II mission, the crew is wearing actigraphy devices, which are small watch-like sensors that gather health-related data, and they're also answering periodic questions about conditions on board the Orion spacecraft.
So on the last schedule, or the most recent schedule I got from Public Affairs, the crew news conference would be in about 15 minutes. It'll be interesting to see if this test is over by then. Of course, it would not be. I don't know how much time they have to work with. They were talking about only 20 minutes or so for questions, and we'll just have to see. We'll see how that works out, but
Integrity crew, we are now past the most dynamic part of this prop characterization test, and we are in a stable config. So we'll keep monitoring the state of the SM Aux Branch 1 from the ground, with Fitter backing us up, of course. You are released to go about your business. Of course, understanding that if that caution rings, you know what to do. With that, we are just under 13 minutes from the PAO event, and we will take a scene and voice check at any time. Thanks.
okay, there we go. And so I'll hang around here until that's.
We copy all. Thanks. See you on the camera in 13. Lined up for PAO. You do have us on camera now.
Affirm, we got you on camera, just missing the scene and voice check. Thanks.
It's all. I'll hang around until after the news conference, and then I'm going to go get some sleep myself.
And we got a good scene and voice. I think everything's looking and sounding right. Thanks, Victor. And one go back for you guys. It looks like that America 250 flag came dislodged a little bit or slipped down. If we could get that put back up, we'd appreciate it. Otherwise, all good. Looks good, Victor. Thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 7 days, 4 hours, and 5 minutes into the Artemis II mission. Following a lunar flyby on flight day 6, which was Monday, April 6th, the crew and the Orion spacecraft are now on the return leg of their journey back home to Earth. They are expected to splash down off the coast of California on Friday, April 10th. Currently on your screen, you can see a live look into that Orion cabin. With the crew there on your screen, they are preparing for an upcoming public affairs downlink event. During this downlink event, they will have the opportunity to answer questions from members of the media ahead of their splashdown. Following the completion of this public affairs event, the crew has a handful of additional activities for the day, and then they will move into their private medical conference. Again, this is a daily conference with the medical teams on the ground, and then they will have a private conference with the flight control team.
Check, we're at the lowest fan speed allowable.
Jeremy, good check. We can go 1,000 RPM lower if you want.
Give us all you got.
All right, it's in work.
That call from the crew and the Capcom here in Mission Control Houston, which for Orbit 2 is Jenny Gibbons, who is a Canadian Space Agency astronaut, referencing the cabin fan speed. Again, you can see the crew there on your screen as they're getting prepared for that upcoming public affairs event, which will start at 9:45 p.m. Central, 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time. During this event, the crew will have the opportunity to speak with members of the media and answer questions following their historic flyby around the moon and ahead of their splashdown. Again, that splashdown targeted to take place at 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday, April 10th, off the coast of San Diego, California.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
From Integrity, we are ready for the event.
NASA Public Affairs Office, please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is NASA PAO Courtney Beasley. How do you hear me? Integrity, this is NASA PAO Courtney Beasley. How do you hear me?
Hey, Courtney, we hear you, but you are very low.
Okay, I will try to talk a little bit louder. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, it's great to see you today. We have a room filled with media eager to talk to you.
Courtney, we have you loud and clear.
Wonderful. We have a room full of media ready to talk to you today, and we also have them on our phone bridge. We have a limited amount of time, so we're going to go ahead and hop straight into questions. We'll start here in the room with Marcia Dunn. Go ahead.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for you, Reed. Could you please describe your emotions when Jeremy called down to Mission Control to ask permission to name a lunar crater after your late wife, Carol? It was a pretty emotional, powerful moment down here.
Marcia, it was a powerful moment up here as well. My crewmates approached me when we were at Kennedy in quarantine, and they said, hey, the three of them had talked, and they would like to do this. And that was an emotional moment for me, and I just thought that was just a total treasure that they had thought through this, and they had offered this. And I said, absolutely, I would love that. I think that's just the best. And I said, but I can't give the speech. I can't give the talk. And Jeremy, the kind of guy he is, he said he would do it. And it was getting emotional there. And I think when Jeremy spelled Carol's name, Carroll, I think for me, that's when I was overwhelmed with emotion. And I looked over and Christina was crying. I put my hand down on Jeremy's hand as he was still talking. It was right there on that rail. And I could just tell he was trembling, and we all pretty much broke down right there. And just for me personally, that was kind of the pinnacle moment of the mission for me. That was, I think, where the four of us were the most forged, the most bonded, and we came out of that really focused on that day ahead. I think that was a very caging moment for the four of us. Thank you for that question, and it was a great moment.
We'll take our next question in the room here from Joey. Go ahead.
Thanks. Joey Roulette with Reuters. I'm curious, Reed, and for anyone else who wants to answer it, how has this mission changed you guys personally in your views of the moon? These photos make it look kind of intimidating and beastly, and just curious to hear your thoughts on how you guys have also changed during this mission personally. Thank you.
I had an opportunity earlier to answer this question from my own perspective, and we have seen just some extraordinary things that I thought we might see. They looked similar to what I thought they might look like, and other things that I just had never even imagined. And those were different perspectives that we saw these things from, but I have to say, it hasn't changed my perspective or the perspective that I launched with. The perspective I launched with was that we live on a fragile planet in the vacuum in the void of space. We know this from science. We're very fortunate to live on planet Earth. And the other perspective that I've sort of learned from others through life is that our purpose on the planet as humans is to find joy, to find the joy in lifting each other up by creating solutions together instead of destroying. And when you see it from out here, it doesn't change it. It just absolutely reaffirms that. It's almost like seeing living proof of it.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take one more question here in the room and then head to our phone bridge. If you are on the phone bridge and have a question, just a reminder to press *1. Jackie, go ahead.
Hi, Integrity. It's so wonderful to speak with you. This is Jackie Waddles with CNN. Obviously, there is a huge moment coming up with reentry. Can you describe your feelings, how you're preparing for that moment mentally and physically? And then as you prepare for the end of the journey, what are some moments that you know that you'll take with you for the rest of your life from this journey? Thank you.
You know, it started off sounding like an easy question for me to answer, and then it got really big. But I guess the entry thing, I'll be honest and say I've actually been thinking about entry since April 3rd, 2023, when we got assigned to this mission. And one of the first press conferences we were asked, what are we looking forward to? And I said splashdown, and it's kind of humorous, but it's literal as well, that we have to get back. There's so much data that you've seen already, but all the good stuff is coming back with us. There's so many more pictures, so many more stories. And gosh, I haven't even begun to process what we've been through. We've still got 2 more days. And riding a fireball through the atmosphere is profound as well. So I have to answer that question later. I'm not sure, but I can tell you it's a lot. And lifelong memories. I'm going to be thinking about and talking about all of these things for the rest of my life, for sure. Yep.
All right, we'll head over to our phone bridge. Our first question there is from Kelly Malone with Canadian Press. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Kelly Malone with the Canadian Press. There's a lot of excitement about scientific advancements as a result of the mission. You just spoke about the data, and I know you've spoken about training on robotics in Montreal. What are the takeaways from these missions so far that might be applied to robotics or other international tech efforts in the future? And just a quick personal note for Jeremy. I'm told you got a surprise message from your family. Can you share what it was like to hear from them?
Advancements in robotics? Well, when I think about the Artemis program in general, we've already seen some investments in pushing robotic technology forward for deep space that we're going to see put to good use in one way or another. And this is the beauty of this program. It brings an international collaboration, sets big goals, and doesn't just talk about them, but goes after them and gets it done. We're going to need the advances in robotics. It's really hard out here. We're a long way from home. We've been learning the entire journey. We've been watching Mission Control learn. You do a lot of testing on the ground, but your final test is when you get this hardware to space, and it's a doozy. And our team has just performed. They've just knocked it out of the park, but it doesn't mean it might look easy from the outside. We can tell they are working so hard on the ground to do this, and we really appreciate them. And so when we get these next generation robotics on the surface of the moon and out in deep space, there's going to be some challenges, there's going to be some failures along the way, and there's going to be some learning that happens. On the personal note, yes, I had some videos from all of my family, my 3 children, Devin, Ashley, and Caitlin, and my wife, Catherine. And when you're out in deep space by the moon and you are listening to a video they recorded for you before you launch, that's something.
We all had it so great, yep.
Okay, our next question is from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hi,
Hi, good evening. For anybody who'd like to answer, how do you think the flight has contributed to the broader Artemis program? Of course, it's not over yet, but what do you think the crew has already brought to the table for the next couple of missions? Thank you.
Well, I love this question because part of our ethos as a crew and our values from the very beginning were that this is a relay race. In fact, we have batons that we bought to symbolize physically that. We plan to hand them to the next crew, and every single thing that we do is with them in mind. Oftentimes, it's actually easier in human spaceflight, especially on a first mission, to accept some of the things that aren't working quite right or the operational workarounds. And we have actually been diligent to try to fix everything, and we're always thinking from the perspective as what is the next crew going to think about this? How will this help them to succeed? So manual piloting the vehicle, making sure that the procedures and the processes for making everything work are all as they should be. Then there's the human side of it. How are our provisions? How are our food? How is the human system working in here? Taking the time to do all of the developmental flight test objectives that have been scheduled. So both in the vehicle and all in the last 3 years, we've really just worked to make sure that they are set up for success, and that's all of the teams, not just the crew, but the flight control teams, the mission engineering rooms, the launch teams, everyone. Hopefully, we've done our best to bring folks together and to make sure that we can be the best we can be. Obviously, just testing, putting humans in this vehicle is the easy thing to see, and we hope that we've capitalized on that and made it as much as it can be for our time here.
Our next question is from Alex Wilson with the Weather Channel.
Hi guys, thank you so much for your time. You're space experts, yet time and time again we've heard you amazed by things that you've seen on this mission. So what has been the biggest scientific surprise or discovery for you?
The whole mission, truly the whole mission, but we saw really amazing simulations made by our lunar science team about what the eclipse would look like when the moon was 30, 35 times bigger than the sun. But seeing that,
communications, we should be regaining them here.
Houston, we lost your video and handheld mic audio stream. We are troubleshooting.
All right, Jenny, we see the issue and we're correcting it. We'll probably need about 30 seconds and then we should be streaming again.
Copy. Sounds great. Thank you.
okay, comm check. How about now? Are we back with you?
And Jenny, how much of Victor's answer did you hear?
Yeah, we have you back, video, and the handheld mic seems to be back up too, and Victor should repeat his answer. Over to PAO.
Okay. The thing that we saw that really surprised me the most is we trained to view the eclipse from the far side of the moon, or after going beyond the far side of the moon. We saw great simulations made by our lunar science team, but when that actually happened, it just blew us all away. I mean, you heard the reaction in real time, but it was the fact that we trained for it, and it almost was a thing that we were, I don't want to say unhappy about, but launching on April 1st meant the far side wasn't as illuminated as we were hoping. And so, you know, that thing seemed to be a consolation, and it was one of the greatest gifts of that part of the mission.
Okay, we'll come back here in the room to Andrea. Go ahead.
Hi, Andrea Leinfelder of the Houston Chronicle. I'd like to hear about life inside Orion. Christina, in the fall you said the capsule would feel bigger in microgravity. Does it feel bigger? And at what moments do you find that you're bumping into your crewmates, and what tips will you be given to future crews?
Wow, we have loved living in Orion, and in fact, we've all said that sometimes you can forget where you really are because we're in this small space that just gives us everything we need. But the answer to your question is yes, it is bigger in microgravity, and yes, we are bumping into each other 100% of the time. A phrase that you often hear in the cabin is, "Don't move your foot, I'm just going to reach for something right under it," or, you know, "Can I get there? And my goal is to get over there." And we're constantly moving around, whether it's to complete a task, to just eat, you know, to look out the window, to take a picture. Everything we do in here is a 4-person activity. But it's also really fun.
Okay, we'll take our next question from Will. Go ahead.
Thank you, Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now. It's good to talk with you all. Victor, I want to go to a comment that you made a couple of hours into the lunar observations. You said, and I quote you here, "The Terminator is calling to me." What was it about the observation of the Terminator specifically that was so captivating for you and the rest of your crew? Thank you.
One being 3,500 miles from it. I mean, it was so big, and now it wasn't an image on a screen, but it was all of the things we had talked about in training, the terrain, how you can see features based on how high they are above the surface and how low things were. And there were holes that, you know, craters that appeared to just be endless bottomless pits, and then peaks that seemed to be, I couldn't tell how high, but you could just really get a sense of the relief down on the surface. And to look down on it from so close was, or over at it from so close was just, it was hard to describe. You know, when you are in an airplane flying back past, you know, Flagstaff, you're looking out the window trying to, you know, identify Meteor Crater, or looking out trying to find the Grand Canyon. And this was the same thing. But imagine if you had seen Meteor Crater or the Grand Canyon for the first time.
Our next question is from the phone bridge from Lauren Grush with Bloomberg.
Hi, so great to talk to you for. You know, the world has been watching along with your journey with such enthusiasm and joy. Do you have any sense or feedback of how your mission has reached the masses back on Earth? And does that influence you at all when you speak and narrate your journey?
Thank you for this question. You know, we have had, I'm going to answer it a little bit differently than it was asked, but I'll get there in a second. But we have had a chance, the four of us, we've had 2 opportunities each to have very brief video chats with our families. And I will tell you, first of all, the 4 of us are now forged in a friendship that is very unique, and we will cherish this bond that we share for the rest of our lives. And then one of the neatest things being a crewmate on this spacecraft is not being in the family conference, but hearing your crewmates giggling and crying and just gasping and listening and loving their families from afar. Family is so important to all four of us, and that has been amazing. And when I got to talk to my daughters, Ellie and Katie, for the first time, like, I just couldn't even speak. I was just so overjoyed. I was crying. I mean, it is an amazing experience. But what also came from that is really our source of news on planet Earth. And those family members have been our source of how the mission is going from the public perspective. Obviously, they're all biased. Although most of our kids are teenagers, so maybe they're not quite that biased, but they're biased. But what we had really hoped, and we said it a lot before, I mean, we really are here to serve NASA, to serve our two nations, Canadian Space Agency, NASA, and the international community, and we're here to serve for Artemis II. But what we really hoped in our soul is that we could, for just a moment, have the world pause and remember that this is a beautiful planet in a very special place in our universe, and we should all cherish what we have been gifted. And I think for the folks that decided to tune in, and it sounds like it was quite a few, this has happened, and for that we are eternally grateful.
Our next question is from Noah Haggerty with the Los Angeles Times.
Hey, great to hear from you all. You had 40 minutes of a pretty profound solitude. You were, farther from Earth than any humans before you. No means to communicate with Earth. It was really just the four of you, the spacecraft, and the moon. Can you talk us through what that moment felt like?
Well, Courtney's running this press conference, and she knows I always speak the truth, sometimes with a little bit of embellishment. But I will tell you exactly as it went. When we watched that Earth eclipse behind the moon, wow, I'm actually getting chills right now just thinking about. My palms are sweating. But it is amazing to watch your home planet disappear behind the moon. You could see the atmosphere. You could actually see the terrain in the moon projected across the Earth as the Earth was eclipsing behind the moon. It was just an unbelievable sight. And then it was gone. It was out of sight. And we took a moment here. We had a lot of scientific work to do right there. That was probably the most critical lunar observations for our geology team. But the four of us took a moment. We shared maple cookies that Jeremy had brought, and we took about 3 or 4 minutes just as a crew to really reflect on where we were, and then it was right back into the science. And it is a surreal feeling, but we had a lot of work to do too, and I think that kept our focus. And so it's only come later, and we still haven't even begun to reflect on this mission. We had a little bit of a light work day yesterday, and we were starting to journal and reflect a little bit. And there's a lot that our brains have to process. Human minds should not go through what these just went through, and it is a true gift. And we have a lot that we just need to think about and journal and write, and then we'll get the full feeling of what we just went through.
Take our last question here in the room. Go ahead.
Hello, Artemis crew. This is Rebecca Morell from BBC News. Now you're almost home. What will you miss most about being in space, and what won't you miss at all?
Well, first of all, thank you for that question. I will miss this camaraderie. I will miss being this close with this many people and having a common purpose, a common mission, getting to work on it hard every day across hundreds of thousands of miles with a team on the ground. This sense of teamwork is something that you don't usually get as an adult. I mean, we are close brothers and sisters. 100%. And that is a privilege we will never have again. I have to say, I don't think there's anything I would say I won't miss or that I'm just ready to be over, because this whole thing is a package. We can't explore deeper unless we are doing a few things that are inconvenient, unless we're making a few sacrifices, unless we're taking a few risks, and those things are all worth it.
All right, that's unfortunately all of the time we have for today. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, you have captivated the world through this mission. We're all watching, we're all cheering you on, and we can't wait to welcome you home in a few days. Thanks for joining.
It was great hearing your voice again, Courtney. Take care.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all the participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
Well, it sounds like they got a few more questions in than I thought they would, even with a little bit of the dropout there. But there's probably 10 times the number of people who want to ask them questions, and there's just not enough time. So there is going to be, I don't know. I mean, so that's the thing is they will public affairs will probably pick a single day post-flight for them to do this.
Quick, kind of a PAO item, but more of an item for the folks in the control room there.
Go ahead.
Do you have our video still?
We do.
I'm not sure if it made it in the handover, but this morning we were asked to go unpack a very special item, and we just wanted to we wanted to share it in that PO event. We just didn't get an opportunity to do so. So we were to share with you all because we need to share this. Like this has to be shared, right? So in Victor's hands here is the Apollo 18 flag that the agency asked to have put on board Artemis II so that it could take its rightful trip around the moon. And the four of us are just honored to have this here. We're honored that it is in our presence, and we are honored to carry the torch from Apollo through Skylab, through the space shuttle, through our beloved International Space Station, and now back further than humans have ever gone, around the far side of the moon, and safely home back to Houston. So we just wanted to share this with you because it needed to be shared. Thanks.
Carrying the torch indeed. Thank you for sharing it with us and the world, and we'll look forward to welcoming you and that flag back to Houston shortly.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
We have a quick follow-up question from that PAO event. We would love to know what you did to fix the stream when it briefly went out.
And we believe the battery died in the D5, and I set up the downlink, and I believe I saw 2 segments on the battery, so I'm not sure. I also saw another interesting signature on the microphone receiver. There is a red LED that says low battery, but it had 3 full segments. So I'm not sure if there's something else going on. There's something else going on, but we believe it was a battery dying. We switched the battery, turned the camera back on, went live view, and you got the audio and video back.
I would add, Jenny, that definitely for future Artemis missions, using the D5 on live view is probably not the ideal format. I think we knew that going into this, and we were just making it happen. But these cameras get hot; they're chewing up batteries, and it's probably not the ideal source. It works, of course, great. We're very happy that we have this capability.
Yeah, we're tracking, and we could definitely see that. Thanks for letting us know.
Jenny, follow-on question for timeline. I see a Nat Geo card swap on my timeline around now, and I also had one earlier today at 6:20:30. I don't know if I have the one I'm on now or the earlier one, but did we indeed want 2 times to switch the Nat Geo cards today.
We're checking for you, Christina.
Hey, Jenny, one other thing is we've been having issues with our exercise recordings, and the initial thoughts are maybe it's the camera overheating. Again, I thought the battery was good enough to go through a PAO event, so maybe this is another instance of that. We did not turn it back on to see what the battery was. We just changed the battery and restarted it, but that's also a possible reason.
All right, we copy. Good to know.
It looks like Apollo 18 and 19, and I don't know that they were numbered at that point, although you could probably figure it out. But
Jenny, I have a question on the prop.smrcs page when you have a second.
Go ahead.
I am on prop.smrcs. The pressures look great, but I'm getting a weird signature on the helium high pressure crossover pyro, on the ox to fuel safe and the fuel to ox safe valves. Every once in a while, they'll pop up and either say error or armed, and then they go back to safe. Are y'all seeing that telemetry on the ground?
Reed, thanks for calling that down. We are not seeing that, so we will think about it a little bit more. I do have some results from that prop characterization test when you're ready.
And now Victor's come over to the displays, and he has been looking at these pretty intensely since we were on the launch pad, and he said this is not a new signature, that this has been occurring since since launch day. So basically since post-ascent, he has been seeing this similar signature. So he's just going to take a little video of it on his iPhone, and we'll get it to you later. So I'm a little bit less concerned about that now that he's been seeing it for a while. And then go ahead with the test.
Okay, copy. That certainly helps. Regarding the characterization test that we just initiated, we've noticed that on the SM aux branch 1, it has an increasing pressurization of the aux tank at a rate of 0.5 psi per hour. This is really the same behavior that we witnessed around TLI, and at this rate, we will hit the limit we set of 2 psi of pressure raise in 4 hours at 0800 MET right before your sleep. At that point, we will close that ISOL valve again, and that'll be the completion of the test. So we got some really good data that we will take back to the MMT.
That's outstanding. I am so glad you all decided to go chase us down and get the data that'll help out the future missions and help us correlate our pre-flight testing. So we are happy to be a part of that, and that also.
We really appreciate the willingness to help. Thanks, crew.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a live view of the crew on board the Orion spacecraft named Integrity as it continues its return journey back to Earth with that splashdown targeted for Friday, April 10th. The crew recently completed a public affairs downlink event with members of the media ahead of that splashdown. Following that public affairs event, the crew also showed a flag from Apollo 18, and this.
We would like you to complete that, understanding it's the second one of the day, and it's to get us ready for tomorrow. Copy, thumbs up.
So again, the crew recently completed a public affairs event, and after that they displayed an Apollo 18 flag, and this is the American flag that would have been planted on the moon during Apollo 18 should that mission have occurred. It was on display in the NASA headquarters building in Washington, D.C. prior to this mission, and then it was flown as a part of this mission, and the crew shared that following that public affairs event. The crew is now continuing to work through the remainder of their tasks for the day before they head into their pre-sleep period in about an hour and a half from now. One of the items that Christina Cook specifically said she is working on is a card swap for a National Geographic activity. NASA had selected National Geographic to help tell the story of Artemis II, and it was
Houston Integrity, Jenny, any chance I can start the umbilical cabin demo now? I'm happy to wait until timeline.
Reed, yes, you can begin that activity.
So going back to Apollo 18, it was canceled, I think, along with what would have been Apollo 19 in September 1970. So it's possible that that's the only mission
and Reed,
that got
you can give
that
me a
far
thumbs up
into.
with this call. In step 2.1 of that procedure, we still will need to give you that MCC go. We need some configuration to complete on our side. Copy, thumbs up.
again some communication there between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control. The crew is working through the remainder of their activities for the day. Christina Cook is specifically working on a card swap related to a National Geographic activity. Following a competitive selection process ahead of the mission, NASA and National Geographic entered into a non-reimbursable Space Act agreement to collaborate on compact, lightweight audiovisual hardware to fly inside Orion and related support for this project. And then the call from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman a moment ago was related to an activity on his timeline related to some umbilical cabin ventilation. And this is a demonstration in which the crew will configure seat 2 inside the Orion spacecraft with the supply umbilical open to provide airflow directly into the cabin.
So going back to the Apollo 18 thing, the flag, it's possible that was the last mission that they got a surface kit ready for. I guess it's possible there's an Apollo 19 and maybe even an Apollo 20 flag out there somewhere, but it's also possible that there was a cutoff in there somewhere. And they had a flag ready for the Apollo 18 lunar module. What would that have been? Would that have been LEM 13? I'm not sure if they would have called it LEM 13, but anyway, that it is interesting that they got that far into building some of the kits for those missions that got canceled. And then, in terms of the questions for the questions to the news conference, it's. I mean, I understand the different sides of it, because the thing is that NASA has to try and maximize the the audience, and so they're going to select outlets that have the biggest reach, because they only get this opportunity so often. I mean, even at these higher flight rates, we're still only talking about once a year. Most of the time, people just, it's just an unfortunate reality that's just not going to go away, which is, so you have to be ready to, you have to be willing to accept some of it, which is that, I started talking about this because I don't think that I'll be curious to see if the crew's going to go through multi-day engineering debriefs with the flight control team and the support teams, the people that they've worked the mission with. They're probably only going to get, I will be a little surprised if they have to do multiple days with the media. And so there's just not enough time to get to everybody. So, I know other people who have the same types of questions that I would be interested in. But it's just not, that is just a reality of it. And so there are different angles that we have to cover. Well, that's not a good way to put it, but there are other angles that we can cover. We aren't going to be covering the mainstream angles. And again, looking at it bigger picture, those questions are the kinds of questions that again, the broader mainstream audience is interested in. They're not interested in they're not interested in how to fly the mission. They're interested in the people and how they're relatable, and that's unfortunately what happens here is that when you get to the missions themselves and when there's lots of interest, then mainstream outlets and the outlets that have the biggest reach are always going to get the questions. During the times when there's not that much interest, I think that's really the part of it that I have more of a problem with, is that there's a lot of dead time, so to speak. So like I've had this channel going for a little bit more than 2 years. There were a lot of weeks where there was just nothing to report on, hardly. So you just look at the big picture, and so that was all opportunity that was wasted, where not necessarily to talk to somebody every week, but there was 2 years of opportunity to talk about this mission in technical detail. And they just, and it was impossible to do.
Integrity Houston for cabin fan RPM preference.
So that's the part of it, I think, that is, that I find to be a missed opportunity, is there was plenty of time to talk to these folks.
Hey, Jeremy. Right now, your cabin fan is set to 7,000 RPM. At sleep, we normally set it for 8,000 RPM, but we can leave it where it is or even go down another 2,000 RPM in addition. We'd like to know your preference.
So Brian is asking about when they showed the Apollo 18 flag. It was, I don't know, a couple of minutes after the news conference ended. So if you go back to the NASA stream and scroll back.
We'll just go with what you've been doing nominally for sleep, so you can change it at that time to what you've had last night.
We'll go.
Okay, and so it's been a long day, and so I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the live stream. tomorrow's probably going to be
Houston,
another day of
just letting you
packing.
know, for the umbilical cabin ventilation task, we are holding.
I'm going to go ahead and put the audio down for a little bit, just because I'm going to sign off. Tomorrow's going to be another day of packing, and there'll be, I guess, there'll be another return trajectory correction burn. So there'll be more to cover tomorrow, but I think obviously the big day is going to be entry day on Friday, and so I'll be around tomorrow and definitely on Friday. But I'll go ahead and sign off for tonight. Thanks to everybody for watching the stream, and I'll see you tomorrow.